calling in. So they have a female veteran off her medication. She's over at the safe haven. Detective 12, we'll check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2 point started, you shot.
Office still stands for talk? No. Offender in custody? Thanks. Anyone else follows my custody result, let me know. 10-5, sir.
This is the EvilleCJ Media and Investigations Network, the realest reporting of all media sources. Like, comment, subscribe, and share this out to your socials and friends.
Good morning. Hold on 1 second. There's so much stuff. I don't know why it just doesn't switch. Can it switch? There. Oh, not. Wasn't supposed to show that. Not. All right. So it's all buggy again.
Hello.
All right. So what's up, Rosie?
Good morning.
You know StreamYard.
Yep.
Good. Yes. Good morning. Good morning to you all. I got my coffee right here. A lot of trial stuff going on. You got the preliminary or the pre-trial hearings for Alex Murdaugh today. We'll be doing Tupac trial day 1. That starts Monday. That'll be around noon Eastern. So we'll still be doing both trials all day. We'll be doing Lindsay Clancy right away in the morning. Always doing our recap. So I'll be joining on that one, and then you guys will take over when I go do the Tupac trial when that goes live at around noon Eastern each day next week. So we'll be having 2 trials going on at the same time. Come say hi to all of us. And I can't wait to get into what we're getting into today. Patrick's testimony. The whole thing.
Yep.
All in one. And, I had this question, as we were starting the show. And, out of, especially with the web searches, right?
Yeah.
The web searches, the prosecution was painting it out to be like it was Lindsay doing all these searches right before an appointment. And here, the prosecution's, it's only a 4-minute drive, this and that. And the defense brought up a really good point. It's like, well, when you have 3 children, doesn't it take time to get them ready? Doesn't it take time?
Yep.
It's not just a 4-minute, drive the way that they painted it out to be. They kind of manipulated the words, and they really didn't even do that good of a job on the rebuttal. They really twisted the words to make it seem like it was Lindsay doing these searches, but when you're listening to Kevin Reddington and you're hearing the realist reporting of what the hell took place, he's like, look, it really lets you know that it wasn't Lindsay that was doing these searches. It was Patrick.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I guess it just shows, like you say, it's not even like they did a very good job of the rebuttal on that. And I feel like if you're going to try and manipulate something like that, then try and do it properly, right? But
they're so immature. That's
yeah.
I get the feeling like these people are immature. The prosecution. It just
Me too.
They just seem really immature, especially like with the day before yesterday, and I was asking you guys, like, do you guys think that these questions that the prosecution is asking while Lindsay is going through her ordeal, I can't do this, court abruptly stops. Like, I was asking you guys, did it feel like the prosecution was just poking at Lindsay with these questions, and pretty much 98% of everybody said yeah. So real immature-ish stuff that we're seeing out of these the prosecutors, mainly one of them. I don't know that, but it had me asking this question I'm thinking about the web searches. I'm thinking about, damn, there was already like, where was your involvement in Lindsay's complaining to these doctors the last couple days about how she can't get any sleep and she feels bad that she's not being a good mom, and about the kids not being able to go to sleep when they're supposed to, and she can't get any sleep at all. And I'm sitting there going, where is Hubs to sit there and go, baby, let me handle this. Get some rest, right? If
Yeah.
that's so loving and caring. We read the GoFundMe that I love her so much. Describe their love, and how if they didn't even give each other, is something wrong today? Like, oh, it's that loving? Why is it so overly loving, but you couldn't recall specific events that you should be able to recall as that kind of a loving husband? You know? Why didn't you know more of what was going on? Why did Lindsay write her doctors that because the kids ain't going to sleep when they're supposed to, she can't get any sleep and she's going days without sleep? Why didn't the husband make the bubble bath for Lindsay and say, let me handle it? Get yourself a bubble bath, relax, go get some rest. Even if you don't fall asleep, you're in quiet, you're resting your mind, you're resting your body. Let's heal. And then when she tells you multiple times that she has thoughts of hurting the children, again, you're not there, bro. So again, I'm sorry for the long spiel, but back to the question that I thought of when all of this stuff is going through my mind when I start the show, and I'm sitting there going, what has Lindsay ever said anything about Patrick?
Not that I know of.
Social media, videos. I love my husband so much. Like, what are we saying? Like, or was there, some kind of, it's another, like, you're just constantly revealing all your struggles to people, and there's no, because I have to sit here and wonder. I wondered it when we first heard day one, day two, his testimony, and I'm like, I kind of wondered, was there some kind of marriage issue, and that's what motivated the crime? Because a lot of times that'll happen. Husband's not involved, the wife gets depressed, then the depression turns to other stuff. Tragedy. And you mix it with the postpartum psychosis, the depression. Could that depression have led to her postpartum psychosis, all because he spent 22 hours working?
Yeah, I have to say, like, just from what I've seen, that hasn't come up just in terms of what she would say. They have had some people on the stand that were friends of hers at the time, and they spoke about her talking about the actual condition. There was no talk, or
Yeah,
I don't know if maybe they weren't asked as well, which would be
probably
intentional.
not. I
Yeah,
mean, I think the character witnesses will be last. You want
yeah,
the people that are going to talk good about the defendant to be the last thing that the jury hears before the closing argument, I would imagine. You want those, you don't want you don't want the character witnesses' statements to get lost in all the medical
yeah,
data,
yeah,
this and that. So,
yeah,
but it just had me wondering, not necessarily with the court trial, but social media is what I was saying. Like,
yeah.
like, was there, mentions of, or was it even like Elena Moore, where Hubs took over her Facebook and was reposting photos from 2 years prior to make it look like it was a new photo, to make it look like everything was still cool? You know, like, did that stuff happen? That's what I'm saying. Like, have
Yeah.
we ever heard from Lindsay about Patrick, about the love or the struggles? You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Because
Yeah.
all of this stuff that we're listening to Patrick, now we're hearing about all the other stuff and how he really wasn't involved, with the medical professionals, and they're going through the interviews that they had with Lindsay, and Lindsay's reaching out to him for help, and she's telling him what's going on, and you hear all this stuff, and you sit here and you're like, where's Hubs? Still, where is Hubs in all of this? And that's one of the reasons why we're going to rewatch the whole testimony today, because we're going to go back, like, his testimony, talk about getting lost in data and parts of the trial. There's been so much that has been testified into court, so many different aspects of the case, and this is day 1 and day 2, and so some of this might have got lost
Yep.
with all of this medical data and stuff like that. And so it's a really good thing, and I'm glad we're doing it today, and thank you for joining, and thank you for getting everything prepared too. So, by the way, if you're not subscribed to Rosie Overtime, here's her link. Make sure you go sub up. She got all of this prepared for us today as we go in it. And if you're on replay, drop a comment or a little heart for Rosie, and thank her as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. Plus, hit the like, subscribe if you're not. All right. But yeah, it had me going, what? Because we're not, I highly doubt we're going to hear from Lindsay on the stand. Would you agree? Do you think? I don't think she's going to go. Let me know in chat. Let me know in the comment section. Do you think Lindsay is going to go on the stand? I personally don't. I think it's a bad move. Usually it would be a bad move, but you never know. You never know.
Well, I think that.
So let's.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I just want to say quickly. They have introduced her journal or diary as evidence, and I think that that's more than enough, so that she just doesn't need to.
Well, I want to hear. Well, hopefully it discusses something of what's going on. Because absent, I've always had those questions this whole time, and then hearing the parts, because that'll be the same stuff, kind of like a diary, the stuff we're hearing from the medical professionals that she reached out to. It's kind of like you are getting a part of the diary. I'm interested in somebody asking her what the hell was going on at home.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Why didn't your husband, because obviously you're not thinking clearly, and that's no fault of your own. Why was your husband that was thinking clearly, why in the hell didn't he help you get help? Why didn't he take you somewhere, yo? When the first mention of hurting children, plan or not, the fact that it was a thought, thoughts can happen and become reality in a snap of a finger. That's how quick, before you even have time to think. So I don't think she's going to go on the stand. So are we going to hear about how loving the relationship was? I don't know. Something is just really fishy. Now, I'm not going to the conspiracy theory that he was involved, okay? I'm not going there. Could it happen? I don't know. I didn't think I could get to this point when it came to the Hubs, but as 13 days of trials gone on, I'm like, dude, what the hell, dude? She's reaching out to all these medical professionals, and we don't see nothing about you helping. So you almost contributed to her friggin' condition. I'm not, you know what I mean? So I didn't think I was going to get there. I'm there today. I got a lot of questions. It's a good thing we're redoing this, and I can't wait to get it started, because I need to go back and I need to analyze this testimony a lot more. So let us know what you notice. If you didn't notice it before during the first time you watched it, we might pause here and there. It's going to be a long day today. So we'll try and I'm sure we'll be able to get it all. I think it's what, 4.5 hours total. It might be less than that, 4.5 hours total, something like that. Add us talking during different things. It'll probably drag out to 6-7 hours, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. All right. So, yeah, I don't think she's going to go on the stand.
No.
All right, so let me go ahead and get it switched up. And where are we at? All right, we are right here. Let's go ahead and make us a little bigger since we're just going to be focusing on Patrick today. Sorry about the lighting, you guys. I changed some stuff around real quick. That's why I had to bump it back a little bit. And I thought I put it like how I had it, but I obviously didn't. So I will have to spend some time after the show figuring
think
out.
It looks good.
For some reason, I don't know. Like, see how like the background thing's not working as good as it did. Like
I didn't notice that. The disappearing.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
not too bad.
So it seems a lot darker. Like it's a lot, and I even have light on me and everything. So I'm not
It looks
sure.
fine.
But anyway, we're here.
We
Hey,
are.
the important thing's the audio.
That's true. And speaking of audio on my side, there will be sounds that only cat people will understand.
Oh,
If you hear running and meowing, I'm sorry.
what's up, Kitty? What's up, Kitty? Well, they want to hear this too. The kitty says, I need to hear Patrick's testimony again too. Thank you, Rosie. And thank you again, Rosie, for preparing today's show. Appreciate you so much. All right. So what do we got here? This is the very beginning. Hold on. Are we skipping opening statements?
Yes, we are.
We're skipping opening statements. Okay.
We're skipping opening statements and we're going straight to Patrick because this is just a Patrick day.
Just Patrick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe we'll do opening statements at the end. We'll put it in a timestamp if we do.
All right, good morning, sir. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. You can be seated if you'd like, if you're more comfortable. Okay? All right, come up, please.
Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name's Patrick Clancy. It's PatrickClancy.
And what is your date of birth?
June 15th, 1988.
What city do you live in now?
New York.
And what do you do for a living?
I work in tech.
How long have you worked in tech?
14 years.
And were you previously married to a person named Lindsay Clancy?
Yes,
And you're divorced now, is that correct?
correct.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to them and describe something they're wearing?
She's wearing a pink shirt.
Record will reflect the identification of the defendant.
Thank you. Where did you meet the defendant?
In South Boston.
And when was that?
I think it was May 2013.
And how did you meet her?
Through my cousin.
And would it be accurate to state that your cousin had been college roommates of the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you start dating?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
July 2013.
Did you eventually move in together?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
September 2015.
And where did you live?
In Quincy.
How long did you live in Quincy?
1 year.
And where did you go after that?
We bought a house in Weymouth.
And how long did you live in Weymouth?
2 years.
Did you eventually get married?
Yes.
And when was that?
December 2016.
And was that while you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
Did you have your first child when you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Cora.
And what was her date of birth?
December 24th, 2017.
Prior to getting married, did the defendant ever tell you she had taken psychiatric medication while in nursing school?
Not that I recall.
After having Cora, did the three of you move somewhere else?
Yeah, we moved to Duxbury.
And what was your address in Duxbury?
47 Summer Street.
And do you recall when you moved there?
I believe it was July 2018.
And where were you working at that time?
I was working for a startup called Automation Anywhere.
At some point in time, did you start working for Microsoft?
Yes.
And when was that?
May 2020.
And when you worked for Microsoft, did you go to an office or did you work from home?
I worked from home.
And was that from 2020 onward that you worked from home?
No, I started working from home in 2018.
2018, okay. So from 2018 up until, let's say, 2023, you were working from home, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have an office in your home which you worked out of?
Eventually, yeah.
And where was that located?
In the basement.
And was that a finished basement?
Yes.
Going back to after Cora was born, do you recall the defendant having any physical issues after the birth?
Yeah.
And what were those?
I think there was a lot of tearing, and she bled a lot.
Did it take her a while to recover physically?
I would say so, yeah.
Did she have maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
Where was she working?
Mass General Hospital.
And what was she doing there?
She's a labor and delivery nurse.
At that point in time when she had Cora in 2017, how long had she been a nurse?
3 years, maybe.
And do you recall how long her maternity leave was with Cora?
That was the shortest of the three. I want to say it was 10 or 11 weeks.
And did you have paternity leave at that time?
Yeah, I had 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. When you went back after the 2 weeks back to work in the home, were there any issues that you noticed the defendant having?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to correct an earlier statement. I was working for Pegasystems when Cora was born.
Okay. And then eventually you worked for Microsoft?
Yeah.
Okay. And so after the 2 weeks of your paternity leave, the defendant was still on maternity leave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have to take any psychiatric medications at that time?
Not that I know of. She had a lot of anxiety, but.
Okay. So you're saying that she had some anxiety at that time. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How did that manifest, or how did you know that?
She just really struggled with the date of going back to work.
So immediately after having Cora, as she healed physically, what was her mood like when you're both on leave?
It was great. It was good.
Good. Okay.
I mean, relatively, yeah.
And so did the anxiety start as it became closer in time to when she had to go back to work?
Yes.
How many shifts was she working at that time?
Before Cora was born, she was working at least 40 hours, maybe more. After she went back to work, it was, I think, initially just one.
One shift?
Yeah.
And was that a 12-hour shift?
It was per diem.
Per diem.
And then she eventually did 2 shifts.
Okay.
I think it was 20 weeks.
After 20 weeks, she moved to 2 shifts?
I'm sorry, it was 20 hours a week.
20 hours a week, okay. And so from the time she worked her way back up to 20 hours a week at work until she had your next child, did it remain that 20 hours per week that she worked?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. And did you have any assistance in the home during that time after she went back to work? a nanny or a babysitter?
Yeah, we had babysitters. We had a babysitter who came probably 12 hours a week.
And did that typically happen after your wife had a shift, that the nanny or the babysitter would be there?
Yeah, so she could sleep.
Did the defendant work overnights?
Yeah.
And how long did you have that nanny or babysitter for?
Several years.
Do you remember her name?
We called her Miss Jen
Miss Jen? Do you remember her last name?
Shanahan.
And then you had a second child, is that correct?
Yes,
And what was their name?
Dawson.
And what was Dawson's date of birth?
September 30th, 2019.
And was Miss Jen still helping out in the home at that time?
Yeah.
And what was Dawson's delivery like?
Pretty traumatic.
How so?
He was in I think a breech position. So he came out in I guess I don't know much about it, but not an ideal way. And it caused just significant bruising and tearing.
So again, did the defendant with this second pregnancy have some pain and difficulty physically healing from the birth?
Yeah, much more so than Cora.
And was she on maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
How many weeks leave did she have at that time?
I don't recall, but I think it was more than the traditional 12. I want to say it was 13 or 14, maybe more.
Thank you, everybody, for joining. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not. We are going through Patrick Clancy's full testimony re-air breakdown.
If I may approach.
Got a lot of questions, and
Keep telling me the pages, that's okay.
we need to go back to day 1 and day 2 today.
I could have you look at page 13.
By the way, we'll be starting the Tupac trial Monday, and we'll also be having the Lindsay Clancy trial
And then just look up when you're finished.
as well. That'll be Monday.
Thank you.
So this is from day 1 and day 2.
Does that refresh your memory as to how much maternity leave the defendant had after Dawson's birth?
Yeah,
And what was it?
18.
18 weeks?
Mhm.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And, after dealing with the physical pain of birth and starting to heal, how was her demeanor and experience during that maternity leave?
I think it was fine at first. It was always when she had to go back to work, that's when she struggled. So,
Okay. So that was a pattern that you saw after
Yeah.
the baby. Maternity leave was good, and then she'd struggle going back to work?
she just had a really hard time being separated from them.
What was the plan for how many shifts she would work or how many hours she would work after Dawson was born?
I believe it was the same thing.
And in terms of Ms. Shanahan, the babysitter, you had mentioned before that she was there about 12 hours a week. Did that stay consistent after Dawson's birth, or was it more or less?
Probably consistent.
After Dawson's birth, did the defendant ever tell you whether she was on any psychiatric medication after Dawson's birth?
No.
Did she seek treatment or tell you she sought treatment after Dawson's birth?
Yeah, she got a therapist for a short period of time, but it didn't last very long.
Did she tell you that at the time or later?
At the time.
Okay. And did she have any psychiatric hospitalizations or commitments at that time?
No.
What about after Cora's birth? Any psychiatric hospitalizations or treatments?
No.
Was there a time after Dawson's birth where she wanted to declutter your garage?
Maybe at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you assist her with that?
Yeah.
And how was that done?
We had a lot of stuff to throw away, and I think we sold some stuff on Facebook Marketplace. We just had a lot of stuff.
So did the two of you go through the items in the garage and organize it into what you would keep, what you would throw away, and what you would sell?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was very organized?
I would say so, yeah.
And you finished the project, is that correct?
It was always ongoing.
Now, eventually you had your third child, correct?
Yeah.
And what was their name?
Callan.
And what was his date of birth?
May 26th, 2022.
Can you describe that delivery for us?
It was great. From what I could tell, it was relatively quick. It was during the day. We were both smiling after, and I don't think there was as much physical trauma.
Nothing compared to what happened with Cora or Dawson, is that correct?
Correct.
Did the defendant have maternity leave after Callan's birth?
Yeah.
And how long was that leave?
She never went back.
How long was it planned for initially?
I want to say 18 weeks.
Okay. And were you on paternity leave as well?
Yes.
And how long was your paternity leave?
12 weeks.
So with Callan being born on May 26, 2022, the two of you were home with the children that summer on leave. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What was family life like during that time period, those summer months?
It was great. We had a lot of time off. I was able to spend a lot of time with, I spent a lot of time with Cora and Dawson. So I would take them around, the playgrounds and birthday parties and stuff like that.
Okay. And what would Lindsay be doing while you were with Cora and Dawson?
Sometimes she'd come with us with Callan, but oftentimes we did kind of like a divide and conquer. So she'd be home with Callan and I'd be out with the older kids.
Can we pause?
And
that?
what types of family activities did you all do during those summer months?
Okay. Had a lot of time off. Now we're going to see as this testimony continues. This is the first time I watched it. You're going to see as this testimony continues, when it comes to these events and all these other things, he really doesn't remember much. But this is what stuck out to me. That really didn't seem like it was something big when we first were on day 1 and 2 of the trial, but it stuck out to me now, especially with everything that I was saying that's been on my mind since I started the show. I just took 15 minutes to spill my brain because it's a lot different than the first couple days. But this is what stuck out to me. Now, it's normal for another parent to take the older two to go do fun stuff, because the baby, but I already know that he doesn't remember a lot of the stuff he should remember about the events he's about to discuss, time with his children. But it kind of stuck out to me here because when we just heard what he said about how he had the other 2 kids, and then, well, did she ever go? Basically, not really. It was just me and the older kid. There was, I don't know, to me, I already sensed the beginning of the separation emotionally between the real separation of emotion that I think existed between Lindsay and Patrick.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. To me, it just stuck out as, okay, here's the first answer, the first hint, so to speak, that there was some kind of emotional disconnection that was already taken place before these murders happened.
Well, yeah, I picked that up too, and I agree with you that it stands out a lot. But for me, the initial one was a little bit earlier, where he had answers, like quick answers about the delivery of the first two kids, but then with the delivery of the last one, it was from what I could tell, like he wasn't, as knowledgeable about that delivery.
What I
So,
could tell when
from
you're
what
the
I could tell.
husband.
Yeah,
Right.
but for the first two kids, he knew like a lot about the delivery, but the third one, it was from what I could tell.
Yeah,
So,
because
yeah.
he said that he even described about the tearing and stuff that had taken place because of the
Yeah.
problematic
Yeah.
birth. So great points. Yeah, like I'm already it's kind of like what I was already feeling like from day one, day two, and then as we came to this morning and I spilled my brain, like I just feel like there's more to that. So I just thank you for pausing. I just wanted to mention that real quick as we heard that. If you can rewind it maybe like a minute just so we can hear it again, and then it leads into everything that he's not really gonna, from what he could tell, right?
I don't think there is as much physical trauma.
Nothing compared to what happened with. Was there a time after Dawson's birth where she wanted to declutter your garage?
Maybe at some point.
I'll take it a bit further.
And did you assist her with that?
Yeah. Well, it was relatively quick. It was during the day.
Now, eventually you had your third child, correct?
Yeah.
And what was their name?
Callan.
And what was his date of birth?
May 26th, 2022.
Can you describe that delivery for us?
It was great. From what I could tell, it was relatively quick. It was during the day. We were both smiling after, and I don't think there was as much physical trauma.
Nothing compared to what happened with Cora or Dawson, is that correct?
Correct.
Did the defendant have maternity leave after Callan's birth?
Yeah.
And how long was that leave?
She never went back.
How long was it planned for initially?
I want to say 18 weeks.
And were you on paternity leave as well?
Yes.
And how long was your paternity leave?
12 weeks.
So with Callan being born on May 26, 2022, the two of you were home with the children that summer on leave. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What was family life like during that time period, those summer months?
It was great. We had a lot of time off. I was able to spend a lot of time with, I spent a lot of time with Cora and Dawson. So I would take them around, the playgrounds and birthday parties and stuff like that.
Okay. And what would Lindsay be doing while you were with Cora and Dawson?
Sometimes she'd come with us with Callan, but oftentimes we did kind of like a divide and conquer. So she'd be home with Callan and I'd be out with the older kids.
And what types of family activities did you all do during those summer months?
We went on a couple vacations. We went to the beach. We went out on our boat and went to friends' houses.
During those months when you're going to the beach and out on the boat and visiting with friends, were there any signs of anxiety in the defendant during those months?
I would say starting in September, yes, but in the previous months, not so much.
When had she been scheduled to go back to work?
I don't remember the exact date, but I think it was October.
Okay. So again, it was that pattern of as it became closer in time to go back to work,
Yeah.
she started to struggle.
Yeah.
During the times when she would get anxious, when it was time to go back to work and she would start being anxious, did you ever have any difficulty understanding her when she spoke?
No.
And did she ever exhibit any behavior that made you concerned enough to call a doctor or want to commit her?
No.
When she was showing this anxiety, what were you seeing in her behavior?
Just a lot of stress. There were days where she had all 3 kids, and there's different nap schedules and different needs. So it was just really stressful.
Okay. And you're still working in the basement office at this point after Callan's born, correct?
I went back to work late August.
Okay. And when you work downstairs, how often would you come upstairs during the day?
All the time for lunch or just to say hi.
Were there times when Lindsay would ask you to hold the baby in the office while she was doing something?
So, yeah.
Okay. And were there times when
I think so, yeah.
You would watch one or more of the children while she took another to a doctor's appointment or to an errand or something like that?
Yeah, if it worked out with the schedule, yeah.
Okay.
If it worked out with the schedule. See these answers?
What was the plan in terms of how many shifts or
Okay,
hours
can we pause
she
it
was
real quick?
going to work after Callan?
I think that's why. I think that's, I was asking day 1, day 2, why is he? Because he knows that people are going to be listening to this and they're going to be like, bro, like, I think so. Oh, did you ever watch the kids in the basement when she had to go do errands, go to appointments? Well, yeah, when it worked out. Like, it's all like, I think so. Well, yeah, when it worked out.
Yeah.
I'm really getting the feel. It's no wonder after we watched this, I was like, it seems like he wasn't involved, you guys. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. And
Yeah.
it's even deeper now.
Yeah, it is. And it seems like it's something, I don't know if there was a trigger for it, but it does seem like it is something that was more recent I'm just getting that feeling that there was a time that there was a change.
Well, this is, as I'm taking notes as we're watching this, and I jotted this down, and let me know what you think, Rosie, and let me know what you think in chat, you guys. Because as I was, it's about the emotional disconnection that I was talking about, when we took a minute break a few ago. Did he resent her? Did he start to feel resent towards her after the second baby? And this is where I'm going to go with it. Yeah. Right here. And this is where yes, exactly, Kim Scott. This is where I'm going with it. Did after the second baby, listen to his words. Did you watch the kids when it worked out? Not yes, I did. When it was able to work out, which means once or twice a year, right? Like all of these answers of distance and not really, I think so, not really truly knowing. It makes me wonder. Because remember, I'm sitting there saying, it's like this dude was spending all of his time away from everybody because of work. But that's just an easy way for a piece of shit to get out of, being accountable, right? So did did the issues, right? Because he talked about how she had birthing issues. Okay, so did she already felt that way with the first child, right when she got ready to go back to work? The second child started feeling that way right before she got back to work. I could see him. It's your first kid. I can see him being there for her, being very supportive for her the first go round, and then the second go round, I could see him going like, you didn't learn from the first one on how to navigate this. Like, we gotta waste our time. I gotta do this because you can't step up. Like the like he was getting mad at her because she was having mental struggles again. Like, come on. We already did this before. Like it was interrupting his his progress or whatever. I'm sure it's a high tense moment. You're talking right around the COVID area, the beginning of it, shortly after that. I'm sure his workload probably quadrupled because there's some stuff that they had certain other people doing, but there was a lot of early retirements being pushed with companies then to try and cut their workforce. There's a lot of stuff going on. And so maybe he built up some kind of resentment after the second baby. And that's what made him, or maybe after Callan was born was the tipping point. Like one of the second or the third child, I feel, is where he's just like, I'm sick of this shit. I'm going to go take these kids out. You stay home with the baby. Like, like, did you guys ever go do stuff together? No. It was usually just me and the two older kids. Like, why aren't you doing it? And especially, why did we never hear in these medical professionals' testimonies about her saying, well, Patrick's helping me with sleep so I can try and get some. Instead, you heard, the kids ain't going to bed when they're supposed to. I'm not able to get any sleep. I'm up for multiple days at a time. Where's the husband part in that, little paragraph to your doctor? It means it didn't freaking happen. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it was abuse. I don't think that, who knows? I'm not saying there's not, but I don't think there was. I think it was more, it's a mental abuse of you not being available. Like you not being available, you spending all your time by yourself when you have your family upstairs, you spending all your time by yourself, like you're not around nobody, you're not talking to nobody. If somebody comes in and they're like, hey, would you like a piece of apple pie? And you're like, I'm busy, like, you know what I'm saying? Like that kind of mental abuse, which can lead to depression. So I don't know. It just, we're sitting here watching this and I'm taking everything in that I've thought about the last 13 days of trial mixed in with the rewatch of this. And I'm just like, damn, did the baby and the problems that she has with every child that she was, and then did he even get to the point like, I don't want to do this again. I don't want to have a fourth kid. Because he did get married pretty quick. He did kind of move on pretty quick. And who knows what was going on before this stuff too. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that, because the stuff that he wrote in the GoFundMe about how loving their marriage was and about how much he loved her and cared about her and how much she meant to him and all this other shit. And I'm sitting there going, I don't know how I could forgive my spouse if they did this to 3 kids, man. I don't know if I could forgive, but you listen to the words, but where's this loving relationship, especially in the testimony? And we're not even through most of it, but it's going to be the same thing. Where's that loving relationship that was being spoke about? We didn't hear it in these medical professionals' statements that they were corresponding back and forth with Lindsay. And that's why I have to ask that question. Now, before it's like, hey, it's just the beginning stages. Now we've heard a lot of this stuff, and it's like, okay, where is Patrick in these emails? Like, where did you ever see maybe once? No, it was usually just her. Like, he wasn't going to these appointments. He wasn't doing anything. So did he have some kind of resentment towards her? And then that mixed in with her depression, postpartum psychosis stuff that she was developing again from being, it's the same thing he said. Every child, the same thing was happening. A month before she goes back to work, all of a sudden she's nervous because she doesn't want to leave the kids. Of course, it's a new baby. You don't want something bad to happen while you're away, and you know that when you're there, you can make sure that they're safe. It's called caring about your kid. You know what I'm saying? But you mix it with all those hormones that are going crazy because of the birth, and then you mix it with depression because you can't get any damn sleep because your husband isn't helping you take care of the babies.
Yeah.
No wonder she went batshit crazy. Was she doing what she was doing for a call for help for something that was deeper than what she was telling people? Did it have to do with this dude? You know what I'm saying? Was it a call? Divorce is not an option in our religion. I'm not saying they're religious, but that shit exists. You don't even have to be religious where people are like, divorce is not an option.
Yeah.
Could it have been one of those environments that was created? Like, who knows, man? But it has to make me sit back and go, you're not involved. You weren't helping. You don't were from what I think. What do you mean what you think about what? Well, when the schedule allowed it. Okay, bro. No wonder she was going through the shit she was going through.
Yeah. And with what you're
Thank you.
saying, I agree with what you're saying. I think it was the third baby. And I think that
Probably.
I do think that he had resentment towards the fact that she didn't go back to work, just in terms of the way he answered that question.
Yeah.
And look, I feel like I need to see more before I can like really decide. But one thing I'm definitely like picking up the same as you is that disconnect, and I guess neglect in a way. But I don't know what it is. He doesn't seem to actually know. Okay, maybe he's resentful because the two deliveries, the first ones, were difficult, and the third one, he's saying from what he understands, wasn't difficult. So why was her behavior even more intense in terms of her depression? So he's like oversimplifying it, saying you should be fine, you should be able to go back to work because this is actually the easiest delivery. So what's going on here? It might
Right.
be that he just doesn't understand it. He thinks it's that simple, like, but it seemed fine from what I could tell. It was okay. Like, what's going on here? This should be the easy one. You've done it already. Like, what? What's
High
maybe-
tense moments, you know?
Yeah.
So
maybe. Sorry.
go ahead.
No, maybe he was just very impatient about that because he was under the impression that with every child it was going to get easier, and he had that expectation, and that she was going to be able to take care of the older ones, and like he was like thinking, you're an experienced mother now. What is this? Maybe it's like that.
I wouldn't be surprised if like he even helped with the first baby. Like, when she had the second baby, hey, can you help me change the diaper? I never changed the diaper. You always did it. I'm busy. It just makes me wonder, like, how not involved. And maybe there was some kind of, because he was always with the older two kids. He never took the baby. So it probably was with the resentment, like, look, you need to get back. The economy's horrible. It was shit. Hey, you need to get back. 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 And then the pressure from him mixed with all that other pressure. I mean, it just reeks of not involved. All right. Thank you for pausing it. I appreciate it. And you can go ahead and continue whenever you're done saying what you.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair on him, just because I haven't decided yet, and I don't actually think this is the case, but it is possible that she was having such bad separation anxiety from the new baby that she was actively pushing him away, and he might have wanted to help with the baby, and she was saying take care of the older kids, and because he was feeling maybe that she was detaching from him and the older two kids. I don't know if that's possible, but he might be resentful about that. Maybe he felt that she pushed all three of them away because she was so attached to the baby, and that was bothering him as well. Like she couldn't even go back to work, like that.
Yeah, like he was like with what happens with the other children when there's a new baby involved. They're like, I'm not getting any attention. Like he was getting a little resentful because he wasn't getting the attention as well. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. It just and that would make sense because the whole time I never like, why is he from the very beginning? And I asked that from the very beginning, and now it kind of makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, I'm going to be asked a bunch of questions, and I'm not going to know the answers, and it's going to make me look like a piece of shit. Or if people are really paying attention and digging into my words, they're going to, from what I think, they're going to take those and be like, oh shit, yeah, he really was. Yeah, I think it was okay. Now people are going to hear how much I don't know about what was going on upstairs.
Yeah.
Because if you're there to support and make sure that your ex-wife doesn't go to prison, you're there to support her, you love her, all these sweet things that you said even while this trial's going on about Lindsay and her character and stuff, then why you got your boxers in a bunch as soon as you sat down? And this makes sense. He knows he's not going to be able to answer the questions like he should have as that loving husband that he totes to be. And then also he's reliving the resentment from the questions being asked to him, because subconsciously when he's answering these questions he's being asked about the past, it's bringing him back to the past in those moments because they're asking about certain things. So it brings that emotional baggage back with it too. So when they're asking him, so, when you took the kids, what would you usually do? Oh, we'd do this and do this. And so it's taking him back to that time period because he's remembering those memories. And he's also subconsciously bringing the baggage along with it, the resentment, the negative emotions, the feelings, all of those things. And your body, whether you pay attention to your body or not, your body does things based off of the emotions, even though you're not trying to make them appear outward. So I think that's why we're seeing a lot of the heavy breathing, agitated boxers in a bunch. What's the problem there? You're just there to answer questions about your family and be supportive of your wife, right? What's so hard about that? Why be so mad? No reason. Do you think he started to fall out of love with her too. I think so. I mean, I don't know. It's just the overboardness of the GoFundMe and the love that you and this the go hello, GoFundMe was after the crime, okay? And you're saying all of those words about the loving relation. It just seems overboard. It seems way too much. It seems like, why do you have to really go in depth about the love that existed between you guys from first sight? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Yeah, I'm not sure yet. I see your point, and then at the same time, I feel like he's in a situation that I don't even know how you're supposed to respond.
Yeah.
So, like,
Yeah.
it's difficult to say. It's difficult to say, but he is quite a aloof person. Like he's not like he's. I can see him getting distant in a sense just by watching him here. Like I could see that. But I guess we have to watch the whole thing to see. But I see what you mean as well.
I believe the plan was 2 shifts per week, but there was a lot of flexibility. She could have done really anything.
Do you recall saying previously that that you were going to start off with 1 shift and hopefully move to 2?
I could imagine, yeah.
Okay. And you said there were some options, correct? What were those options if that didn't work out?
Well, I always put money aside in basically our own maternity account, just so that if she needed more flexibility, we planned for that. So
if she needed more time off, more than what her work would provide for her, you were financially secure enough to afford that at that time.
That's the cause right there. That's the cause of the resentment. Because they were financially okay for a certain period of time, and then the bubble started to get really small, and that's when his resentment started to set in.
I agree with you there. There's definitely something there, and it stood out to me later on in the testimony. There was a question about insurance or something, and he said he didn't know, but whatever she needed, he would have paid for it. Yeah, there's definitely something there. What you picked up on, I also felt that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's right there.
During this time, in the fall of 2022, were Cora and Dawson attending preschool?
Yes.
And where was that?
Learning Sprouts.
And where is Learning Sprouts located?
Duxbury.
How often were they attending Learning Sprouts?
Full days Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and a half day on Thursday.
And what was a full day? What hours?
I think it was 9 to 4.
9 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
I think so, yeah.
And what was a half day?
Like 9 to 12:30. I think they might have had some days where they started early. I can't remember.
But basically all day, working hours all day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then the mornings on Thursday. Is that right?
Right.
And who would do drop-offs for school?
We both would.
And what about pickups?
Both of us.
Together or take turns?
Usually we would take turns.
Now, at some point in time after Callan was born, did you hire a nanny?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was in August or September.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
And who was that nanny?
Lainey. I don't remember her last name.
Does Elaine Rossi sound familiar?
Yeah.
And do you recall how many days per week Elaine was going to work when you hired her?
I think it was 12 hours.
But it wouldn't be 12 hours altogether. It would be spread out over the week. Is that right?
Correct.
And who was she hired to take care of?
Everyone, but mainly it was going to be Callan.
Because Cora and Dawson would be at school?
For the most part, yeah.
And what was the plan for when Elaine would work? Was it that same type of after Lindsay worked shifts or something different?
Yeah, the goal was after Lindsay would work. I mean, she never went back to work, but I think we wanted to get her just like oriented with our house and the kids. So we had her start before, and then she was amazing. She was an amazing caregiver, but eventually we decided to let her go because Lindsay was home anyways.
So when you initially hired her in August or September,
So let's
you
pause that
said
real quick.
Lindsay was going back to work in October.
So we just sent her home because Lindsay was home anyways. So your wife is having mental health struggles. She's having a hard time sleeping. She's having a hard time. You're not helping. And why would you send the nanny home even if she's there all day? Don't you think you would still have her around? It's because
Yeah.
of money, because that bubble was going away. The bubble was getting small. You could see the agitation, the negative emotion that is being brought back when he was just answering that question. Yes, it was because Lindsay was home anyway, but he was agitated
Yeah.
after he said it, like it was a problem.
Yeah, and it is the same kind of agitation that he had earlier on when he said she was supposed to do 18 weeks maternity leave, but well, she never went back. So it's repeating on the same point. So that's how you kind of check if it's a coincidence and it's coming back a lot. But the thing is that he also said that the nanny Elaine, I forgot what he called her, but he said that she was amazing, and he kind of had a little bit of an attitude there as well, like just go to
Yeah.
work. She's amazing, like it's fine. And it was again when he was talking about the flexibility of her restarting work, he was saying, well, she could have done anything. So he was saying like everything was in place for this to work. I was spending money on nannies or whatever, and I do think that he has some anger about the fact that it just didn't work. Like she didn't go back to work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like she's already been through it a few times. She knows what to do, and then the nest egg getting smaller. Got to cut costs, Like I'm surprised that, I don't know, was that a symbol? Like, because the where he went to go pick up the food, right?
Yeah.
Like, think about this, where he went to go pick up the food. Now, if they're having, if it's like that, right? If it's like that at home financially and all that, then you're going to go to one of the more expensive places to get your food. If it's that tight, when instead of going to the restaurant that you really love and all, don't you think that you would like just go to McDonald's and get some Happy Meals real quick? Just keep it cheap.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You're gonna go to the restaurant that you love to go to, which I'm sure is expensive.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's a good question too, K3HY. Is there a gag order on any media mentioning the actual date when Patrick filed for divorce? I'm sure it's public already, isn't it? I'm sure it is. I don't know why that would be sealed, unless it's unless it's part of. I don't see it being part of it though. I don't see why it would be sealed.
But it is an interesting question because I haven't seen the date anywhere.
Maybe that's just how Massachusetts does it.
Maybe.
I don't know. It's a good question. We'll have to see if we can find that out. That would be an interesting date, just to see if like when exactly was this? You're good.
October. So is that what you're talking about? That give her that month or so, give Elaine that month or so to get situated and acclimated to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Have the kids get used to her. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Elaine, did she also do some cleaning, laundry, and food prep?
Yeah. Yeah. She was amazing.
Now, during this time frame, and again in the end of summer, fall period of 2022, what types of activities were Cora and Dawson doing?
Gymnastics. Are you talking about organized activities or just in general?
Organized.
I only remember gymnastics.
Did they both do the gymnastics?
Yeah.
And then were they also?
I only
participating, maybe
remember
in organized situations,
gymnastics.
but in swimming.
I only remember gymnastics. I just wanted to throw something in there real quick.
It's a very good point to highlight.
I haven't had enough coffee yet. I'll shut up and drink some more.
Nobody said that.
By the way, if you're not subscribed to Rosie Overtime, make sure you're subscribed. There's a link. And thank you for being here. Please hit the like and subscribe here too.
Soccer, skiing, things like that.
Yeah, they were doing swimming. And yeah, Cora and Dawson did skiing. Yeah, Cora started doing soccer. She didn't really like it, but did a little bit.
And who took them skiing?
I did.
And as in terms of the swimming, where would you do that?
We did it at Goldfish in Rockland, I think. And then Lindsay took them somewhere in, I think, Plymouth. I don't remember where it was.
So you would each take them swimming at various times?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also do some swimming at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And what is the Kingsbury Club?
It's like a gym with a pool. And they had childcare, so sometimes they would hang out in the kids' room and we would go work out.
And is that in Duxbury?
It's on the Kingston-Duxbury line. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
Okay. And so you could drop the kids off at the daycare portion and go work out or swim or something like that?
Yeah, or we could go with them and go swimming.
Okay. Did Lindsay work out?
Yes.
She was very health conscious?
I think so.
And were you aware that she had been an athlete in both high school and college?
Yes.
Do you recall what she did?
Competitive cheerleading.
Now, when you were together, what type of exercise would she do or did she prefer?
She did a lot of running. She did the Peloton, and she did, there's like some program called Beachbody, I think.
Do you recall when she started Beachbody?
Maybe in the spring of 2022. I'm not sure.
So right before having Callan, would that be accurate?
Probably, yeah.
Probably. From what I remember.
When
I
you
wonder if
returned
they,
to work, and you said that was in August.
I wonder if they have like the same PR crisis management team as the marketing department for South Shore Hospital. Here, say this instead. Say this instead.
It's not good. It's not going well.
Probably.
Correct?
From what I remember.
Yes.
What was the defendant's demeanor when you returned to work?
Increased anxiety and definitely, stressed out.
Do you recall describing her as slightly stressed but in good spirits?
Yeah.
And when she was stressed out, when she was showing some anxiety, how did that manifest?
I don't really know how to describe it. I guess it's just any way you can tell that somebody's stressed out. And I don't know, she would say, I'm not looking forward to going back to work. I remember once she said it's just so unnatural to be separated from your newborn, stuff like that.
So she didn't want to go back to work? Is that what you're saying?
I think she did. It was just a really difficult transition for her.
And do you recall attending a wedding on September 17th, 2022?
Yeah.
And where was that wedding?
New Hampshire.
Was it just you and Lindsay that went, or did the whole family go?
We brought Kellen.
And when you were at that wedding, do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay about medication?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
We were walking downtown, and she said, I think I'm going to start taking Zoloft.
And did she tell you why she wanted to start taking Zoloft?
She said, I think it's really going to help with my anxiety and with going back to work.
And did she tell you how she was going to go about getting Zoloft?
Yeah, I asked her, how are you going to get Zoloft? It's a prescription. And she said, usually just ask the doctor and they'll give it to you.
And did she tell you that she was going to see a psychiatrist?
Yeah, I believe so.
And when she did that, did she tell you who she was going to see?
No.
Did you eventually learn the name of the person who she went to see?
Months later, yeah.
Okay. And who was that?
Jennifer Tufts.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you when she started seeing Dr. Jennifer Tufts?
No.
Did you learn, or strike that, did Lindsay tell you when she received the medication and when she started it?
No. I should correct that.
Why
It's
wouldn't?
not exactly.
Well, let me just ask a question.
Why wouldn't she tell him? Why would he just say no right away? Not that I recall. Why would he just say no?
Yeah, this is also a concern for me because when I originally heard this, I thought it was suspicious that she was possibly like withholding stuff from him in the sense
Yeah.
that she had already organized that medication, but she was telling him that she was still going to. But now from this perspective, it seems to me that she was testing his reaction before starting it, and I'm wondering why. Like, was she thinking, well, is this gonna make him happy? Is this gonna make him think I'm trying to go back to work? Like, she was this just looks different to me now compared to the first time I saw it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I thought the same thing you did day 1 and day 2. I was like, damn. Which led me to then think later on, like, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, that she was withholding information from him, right? But now that we've seen all of this stuff, 13 days of trial, we see all the times she was reaching out for help. We've seen all the times she was trying to get help. And it's like, why isn't he giving her help? And with, like the nonchalant, I don't recall, I can't remember, from what I remember, from what I was told, all these different wishy-washy answers. All of a sudden, did she tell you about this prescription or taking this medication? No. Whoa, wait a minute. I thought it was all wishy-washy, and now I know for sure no. Why wouldn't you ask? If it's such a loving and you can't give her a hug each day with one of you going, is there something wrong? Like, if it's that loving, then why wouldn't you want to know? If you really are concerned about her mental health, why wouldn't you want to be interested in what medication she's taken? So that way, when you talk to the doctor, you can let her know what's been going on. Oh, that's right. You don't go to the doctors with her. Oh, that's right. You don't know what medication she was on. Oh, that's right. You weren't, again, why I started feeling after day 1 and day 2, man, he must not have been involved that much.
Yeah, and now that I'm thinking about it, when somebody says to you, "I think I'm gonna start taking whatever, whatever, insert whatever name of medication you want to put in there," and then it's for an ongoing issue that you're both kind of involved in and that you've been talking about as a couple, I actually think it's a weird response to say, "Well, where are you gonna get it?"
Right.
I I would think you're gonna say more like, what is that? How's it gonna help? Like, okay. Where did you get that idea? Like, something
Yeah.
else compared to where are you gonna get that from? It's a prescription. Like, I don't know. That's weird.
Yeah. It is. It just, we're seeing more of it. This is why we're doing the re-air breakdown of it. Again, it's going to be a long show today. By the way, nearly 70% of our viewers are not subscribed. So do us a favor, please hit the like, subscribe, share this out, hit the noti bell to all to make sure you get notified of everything. We got a couple trials starting Monday. We'll be doing the Tupac trial and the Lindsay Clancy trial at the same time. And thank you to Rosie for helping out with that as well. And also, let's try and be a little bit more respectful when it comes to some of the chat about either the husband or Lindsay. I did time out a comment because the word disgrace, I don't think is a very respectful comment. So we are a community about peace, positivity, and progress. And so we don't know the situation. We don't know the people. And so for us to, like, we can talk about things that are suspicious. We can say, hey, were you even around? But to call somebody a disgrace is just uncalled for. And I'm not going to have that in my chat. So just do us a favor. We totally respect all opinions and everything like that, but there has to be some respect involved. And so this is our channel, this is our community, and this is what we're about. And so if our two viewpoints don't align, well, then there's no reason for us to row the boat together anymore. You know what I'm saying? So thank you all for being here. To anybody that does want to be disrespectful, you can go other places and be disrespectful, but here it's a little different. All right, Rosie, thank you. Appreciate it.
Question first.
Sure.
When did you have a conversation with Lindsay about the medication she was on?
Eventually, yeah, but I didn't know the start date.
Okay. And so when did this conversation take place, this eventual conversation?
Probably the end of October.
Okay. And at that point, what did Lindsay tell you about the medication and how she was taking it?
I don't remember exactly, but I learned that she was taking the Zoloft, and I don't remember really too much about it after that. She was just taking it, and we were seeing how it went.
And did you notice any changes in her physically during that time frame that she was on it and you weren't aware she was on it?
At the time, no, I don't think I did.
And did you notice any changes in her emotionally during that time when she was on it, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Yeah, she wasn't really improving. She just kind of seemed to be gradually becoming more in like a depressed state.
And how was that manifesting? What were you noticing?
It was just small things. I was planning a trip with Cora to San Francisco, and she was nervous about us going. And I remember we went to a Halloween event, and just leading up to it, I remember she was it just kind of seemed like she didn't want to go for some reason.
Okay. Now, do you recall learning that she had actually obtained the prescription the day before she told you she was going to ask for the prescription?
I did later learn that, yeah.
Okay. So she's telling you at the wedding that she is going to ask to take this medication and going to see a psychiatrist to get on that medication, but she actually already had the prescription. Is that correct?
Correct. I don't think she started taking it yet, but she already had it.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you how long she took the medication for?
She may have. I don't remember the exact time frame. I just remember she took it for a period of time, and then her sleep started to suffer, so she stopped taking it.
And did she tell you whether or not she spoke to her provider, her doctor, about the troubles she was having?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you that she was advised to double the dose of the Zoloft?
She may have. I don't remember.
Page 31. You could look at lines 20 to 22 and then just look up when you're
Sure.
finished.
Okay, yeah, apparently she did.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
And so did Lindsay tell you that she was supposed to double the dose?
I guess she did, yeah.
I guess. Thank you, Kim Scott. 10 Jules hiding. I think she did. There's
Did you
not.
notice
It's
any changes
wishy-washy.
in her sleep
You can keep going.
during that time when she was on the medication, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Eventually, yeah.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact dates. But she just, one night she said, do you mind? She started it by saying, I'm not mad or anything, but do you mind sleeping in the basement? And letting me just sleep in our room with Callan. And then you can take the monitors down in the basement. And if Cora and Dawson get up, you can get up with them. She said, I've just been having a lot of trouble sleeping. And I'm hoping that, like, if there's less in and out, then there'll be less disruption.
Okay. Had you noticed?
Sorry, I just wanted to pause it there and add
Yeah.
in my own comment, and that kind of just reiterates what I was feeling earlier. That might have happened was he's kind of got this issue that she was detaching from him and the two older kids in a sense, where she was kind of separating herself and her baby from him. And for some reason, just hearing that again made it seem much more likely. I don't know if it's something that she was actually doing or if she just had really bad separation anxiety. And I think that he might have misunderstood that for her being...
Yeah, you got jealous of the baby.
Yeah. Yeah, and also that maybe there was more work put on to him when it came to the two older kids, and it feels to me like it's something that's just coming up so much.
Yeah, it's because it's like I said, like from the beginning, it's like he just did the work and expected her to take care of the rest,
Yeah.
I'm here working all the time. You need to be the one putting the kids to sleep. You need to, yes, I'll come up and spend time and play. It's playtime whenever I spend time with them. I'm not the assertive one that, no, it's time to go to bed. Like I'm not that parent. I'm just financially there. Right? Like I support financially, therefore I don't have to do nothing else.
Yeah. And maybe it was that kind of situation where in his mind it was take care of all three kids, not just
Mhm.
one, or go
Mhm.
back to work. Like,
Right.
don't,
Right.
you can't have both.
Right. Especially with the bird's nest that they were financially set for, with that running out, the nanny costing money. Yeah, like it's either one way or this way. We can't have it all. Can't have it all. And yeah, the resentment was coming in. Definitely. I don't see this loving relationship that he touts. I just don't. I have yet to see it.
Notice prior to her telling you this that she was up a lot or having trouble sleeping, like physically seeing her awake?
No, not that I recall.
And did you in fact start sleeping in the basement for a period of time?
I think I did it for like 2 nights, and then she actually went down in the basement.
Okay, so then you went back up to your bedroom to sleep, is that correct?
Yeah.
And how long did Lindsay sleep in the basement for after that?
Maybe a couple weeks.
And so during that time frame, was she telling you that she was still having trouble sleeping?
Yes.
But you weren't actually down there watching her sleep. You're getting this information from her, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that out of the Zoloft prescription she was given, she only took 7 pills?
No.
After you had the conversation with Lindsay where she said she was going to double the dose of Zoloft, did you notice any difference in her demeanor or behavior?
I would say yes. I don't know if I connected it with the doubling of her Zoloft, but over that period of time, she just kept getting worse and worse.
And what period of time was that? What month are we in?
Mid-October to the end of December.
Okay. So she got the prescription in September, started taking it in October, took 7 pills, but was having difficulty in December. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
From this medication?
Yep. Well, I don't know which medication it was from, but yeah.
Okay. At some
Sorry, it's me again.
No, go ahead. What's up?
So when you noticed earlier that when it came to how he can be wishy-washy, but then there's times that he's got an emphatic no, that is, I think, legal advice. That it's coming up whenever it's to do with what he was aware of, not in terms of what he observed, but in terms of dosages and prescriptions, just what he actually literally knew about the start of the tablets. So it's only on like, did she tell him about getting the tablets? Did he know about, like the actual amount that she was taking? But then he can go back to wishy-washy about how it was affecting her and stuff like that. So
Right.
I think that it is, I think it's legal advice.
Yeah. Emphatic. No.
Yeah.
Wishy-washy.
At one point in time, did Lindsay switch providers?
Yes.
And why did she do that?
Because whatever she was doing with Jennifer Tufts, it wasn't working. She was only getting worse. And she thought that it would be better if she worked with, I guess, more of like a perinatal psychiatrist.
And did she get a referral or a recommendation of where to go?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who gave her that recommendation?
It might have been my mother.
And your mother's a nurse at South Shore Hospital, correct?
Yeah.
Does she also do labor and delivery work?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know which provider or which office she recommended?
Yeah, her name is Julie Paul.
And was she at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I don't know the dates on that.
Do you recall saying previously that it was towards the end of November?
Yeah, that sounds accurate, yeah.
Okay. And you said she initially saw someone named Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Do you know how long she saw Julie Paul at that facility?
I think it was only 4 or 5 days.
And were you aware that Julie Paul left that office?
Yes.
And do you know who Lindsay saw after Julie Paul?
Rebecca Gelata.
And was Rebecca Gelata a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Were you aware that she also saw a licensed social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I don't recall Letitia Dukes.
How
but
could
it's
he
possible.
not recall
So
her
Lindsay
name?
never told you that she...
How could he not recall her name? That was right towards the end, right before everything happened. How can you
Yeah.
not? What's up, Fly Girl? How can you not recall her name? Letitia Dukes is a very unique first and last name.
Yeah, that's true.
And you can't recall. This was literally the last month that everything was going down right before the tragic event. And you can't even recall her name. That's, I think, when day 1 and day 2 happened, that was right around when I started going, how involved were you, bro? Or not?
Yeah.
Who knows when their relationship started? You know what I'm saying?
This
I
is
mean-
looking stranger. Like watching it again is it's really getting
Yeah.
stranger.
Yeah, and then when we read the GoFundMe a couple days ago and the overblownness of the love that you share and have, not seeing it, not seeing the love from your direction to her with the care and concern, especially when your wife tells you 3 times she has thoughts of hurting the children. There is so many red flags with this guy. That's why we're doing the re-air breakdown, because after 13 days of trial, we had to go back to our first initial thoughts of how involved or not were you, bro? And then hearing all the testimony of the struggles, and you never once hear of Patrick helping out. You think it would be included, you know. Patrick helped out last night, so I was able to get a few. None of it. And you don't even remember Letitia Dukes? You don't even recall the name. Just hearing the name would make you remember. Oh, yeah, I remember her. I don't recall. That says a lot about his lack of involvement there, especially at the end.
She had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions now.
Wow.
After switching to Julie Paul and then Rebecca Gelata, did Lindsay start coming home with different prescription bottles?
Yes.
And were some of these medications that she came home with, were some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yeah.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And then some while she was with nurse practitioner Gelata, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be accurate to state that you provided
He looked very unsure about that answer, too.
the district attorney's office?
I also wanted to ask, like, if she's doing telehealth and not going back to work, where is she coming home from with different prescription bottles?
Right.
That's
From
another-
the pharmacy.
Oh, okay.
You have to go pick them up.
I
You have to
know,
go
but
pick them.
I mean, then he should know a little more about it. Like, wouldn't she say to him, "I'm going to the pharmacy to fetch. I got a prescription for this new thing that I'm gonna go get. I'll see you in 20 minutes." Like, it's just weird.
Well, yeah, that's if you're involved. If
Yeah.
you're not involved and they're like, "Hey, I'm going to go pick up a prescription," you're like, "All right, see you in a few."
Yeah.
You know, they can tell you if you're not involved, you're not even paying attention. You're just like, "All right, see you in a few."
With a printout from CVS Pharmacy of all the prescriptions that were filled for Lindsay from September through January, September 2022 through January of 2023.
Yes.
Any objection?
No, of course not.
I'd ask for it to be admitted.
Sure, yeah. In members of the jury, one of the things I forgot to tell you is anything that's entered as an exhibit, you'll have with you in the deliberating room when you're deliberating. So you'll have a chance to go over that as well. So you'll have anything that's marked as an exhibit. Okay? Thank you.
Now, while she was taking these medications, the various pills, were you always with her, watching and monitoring exactly what she took?
Not always, no.
Sometimes you'd see it, sometimes you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Directing your attention to February 6th, 2023, did you go to the district attorney's office and or have your attorney go there and provide a bag of prescription medication that had belonged to Lindsay?
Yeah. I think the police took a bag of prescription medications that night, the night my kids passed away. Mm-hmm. And then there was a bag that I had in my truck that I was supposed to, nurse practitioner Charlotta said you can bring them to like a police station. They get rid of them for you. But I never got around to it.
And where had you stored those in your truck?
In the center console. It's like underneath the center console that opens.
You have one of those center consoles that open up, but then there's another larger
Correct.
compartment below it?
Yeah.
So was it your plan to bring these to a location where they could be properly disposed?
Yeah, I didn't want to just throw them in the trash, so.
And these were all medications that had been prescribed in the past to Lindsay, but she was no longer taking, correct?
Right.
Look at that bottle, or look at the bag and how many bottles are in it.
I don't.
Yeah, it's a lot. I mean, you can even hear it all rattling.
And you stuffed that under a council box and left it in your truck the whole time. I'd be nervous. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't care if it would be my wife's medication. I would be so nervous having all that shit stuffed in a council in my damn truck and just leaving it there. What happens if, like, anybody can come across that stuff?
Yeah.
You would think if you put it in a bag and you were going to go drop it off at, which you should go drop it off at a place that can properly dispose medication that's not being used. Why wouldn't you keep it just in case in a safe place if she needed it in the future? But anyway, if you're trying to throw it out, then don't you think that you would probably try and do it within a day or two if you put it in your truck instead of leaving it and never turning it in until everything happened and went down?
Yeah, because
I'd be nervous.
When I heard that he handed in medication, I thought that he was doing that for the purposes of the investigation, not because it was supposed to be disposed of. I completely misunderstood that. So in my mind, I was thinking, oh, he's so helpful. Yeah, okay. It's not that. It's not what I thought.
No. He basically, like, and you'll see here in a moment, she'll ask when he turned him in, and you'll see he turned him in as part of, you're right, he did turn him in as part of the investigation. But yeah, he held on to him. He was supposed to get rid of them and he never did. And it's just like, dude, my wife's medication or not, I'd be nervous as shit driving around with all that medication.
Okay, but I would be even more nervous driving around with that medication. And I have 2 young kids that I sometimes take somewhere.
Or if you got a friend in the vehicle, and I mean, you never know. Like that's it's just So he never even got rid of it, and it's just like, what? Why would you even? It would be like okay, I'm going to go take this bag and dispose of it. I'm going to grab it from wherever, closet, whatever. I'm going to go dispose of it now. Not, I'm going to dispose of it here sometime in the future. I'm just going to shove it in my truck and get to it when I can get to it. Just so
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
No concern. Not even for others that might come across it, knowing or not what they are.
I don't think I have any objection to any of their exhibits, so
Okay.
she doesn't have to keep showing it to me. That's
All right.
fine.
So I'll assume if you do have an objection, just
Sure.
rise, let me know. Okay, thank you.
So for the record, a bag here with 9 pill bottles as Exhibit 2, please.
Thank you.
And so looking in Exhibit 2, we have the Zoloft that was prescribed by Dr. Tufts and filled on September 15th, 2022. And I think I asked you earlier, you weren't aware that only 7 pills were taken out of this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then there's another prescription in here for Ativan that was filled on October 26, 2022. Were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of that bottle?
Can you say the date again?
October 26, 2022.
And how many did it start with?
Let's see. Hmm. 30 pills.
Okay. I mean, I don't have those exact numbers on how many she took, but there were adjustments made on the dosage of the Ativan.
Mm-hmm.
So that aligns with
But the question was, were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No, but I think the context is important.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a prescription for buspirone or Buspar filled on October 26, 2022, in which only 2 pills were taken out of the 30 that were prescribed?
I found out about the Buspar later, and I didn't know about the number of pills taken.
And then were you aware that there was a prescription for hydroxyzine, prescription filled on October 26, 2022 for 30 pills, and that only 3 pills were taken out of this bottle?
Which
Hydroxyzine?
Yeah, what is that?
I believe it's in some type of, similar to an antihistamine, like Benadryl or something like that.
Oh, okay. I don't really recall much about that drug.
Okay. And were you aware in this bag there was another prescription for Buspar that was filled on November 9th, 2022, 30 pills prescribed, and no pills were taken out of this bottle? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't keeping track of the number of pills taken out of each bottle,
Okay.
so.
And then just ask you about one more, the trazodone, prescribed on November 16th, 2022, by a doctor from South Shore Hospital, 30 pills. Were you aware that only 7.5 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No.
So there were a lot of pills prescribed, but not a lot of pills taken, correct?
Is that comprehensive of all the pills that were prescribed?
These are the pills that you brought into the police station. So out of these,
Out of those, yeah, it's possible that not a lot were taken.
do you recall what was the most amount of pills prescribed, I guess I could ask this better. What was the maximum number of medications she was on at any one time?
I want to say 3 or 4.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that she, at any given time, the most she was prescribed was 3, but most of the time it was 2 medications that she was prescribed at any given time?
It wouldn't be terribly surprising, no.
Now, on November 16th, 2022, did Lindsay visit South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And why did she go to the South Shore Hospital that day?
I believe that day it was because she basically went 48 hours without sleeping.
And was she having heart palpitations?
I think so, yeah.
Were you aware that she had taken a weed gummy that day?
I don't recall.
And are you aware that she didn't tell medical staff at the hospital when describing her symptoms and her medication that she left out that she had used marijuana?
I wasn't with her, so I don't know what she talked about at the hospital.
So she drove herself to the hospital?
She did.
Okay. And she drove herself home from the hospital then? Is that correct? Now, during this time frame between September and November of 2022, are you still participating in activities as a family?
Between November and December?
Between September and November?
Yeah.
Okay. And what types of things were you doing?
We celebrated Halloween. I don't really remember what else, but I think we're.
Can we pause that? He had to search. He was trying to search for something else besides Halloween and couldn't come up with something. And, you know. But when she asked him, did you guys participate as a family between this month and this month? And he was like, oh, wait a minute. Between this month and this month? Like, if you participated as a family until the tragic event took place, well, then why would you need to specify on what specific months? Which again leads me to believe even more that there was issues that were going on within the marriage, within the connection between Patrick and Lindsay, which at the end, that last period of time, again, he didn't even recall who Letitia Dukes was or her name. Leads me to believe even more that there was tension there at the very end between them two.
Yeah, absolutely.
we don't know K3HY, but who knows? It could be a valid comment. I kind of feel like maybe something like that was taking place too. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. You know, it's easy to forgive if you want to just forget. And I've struggled this whole time going, how could you forgive your wife for doing this to your 3 kids? Well, it's easy to forgive if you want to forget. And if you want to forget, you want to move on, right? And moving on, and then you marry somebody who loves trying to fix broken men. I mean,
oh yeah, that.
Yeah.
That still bothers me. That's
yeah. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not, as we dig into Patrick Clancy's full testimony re-air breakdown deep dive. Appreciate you guys for being here.
Do you recall going to an event with food trucks?
I don't recall.
Yeah.
And do you recall going to an event in November where there were trains to ride with the kids?
Yeah.
So we have the photo from the food truck event. This is Exhibit 3. in the photo from the training event is exhibit 4. 3 and 4 somewhere. Can they publish?
You may.
So exhibit 3 is this Lindsay, Cora, and Callan at that event.
Yeah.
And exhibit 4, this Lindsay with all 3 kids at that event in November.
Yeah.
Did you have plans for Thanksgiving that year?
Yeah.
What were your plans?
I believe the order was we went to Wallingford where her parents lived in the week before, and then the week after we went to my sister's house.
And where did your sister live? What town?
South Hamilton.
And that was a week after Thanksgiving, is that right, correct?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it was.
And is this a photo from Thanksgiving at your sister's house?
Yes.
I could have this photo marked as exhibit 5, I believe.
All right, that may be marked.
5. Showing you what's been marked. Exhibit 5. Is this Lindsay here on the left?
Yes.
And are those your sisters in the photo with her?
That's one of my sisters and my sister-in-law.
Okay. And have they coordinated outfits for the day? The shirts?
Yeah, I think my sister did.
What was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was in rough shape.
Rough shape?
Yeah.
How so?
She wasn't talking much. She had low energy. She was really depressed. I just remember when she showed up, my sister-in-law gave her a big hug.
And she was able to get through dinner, eat dinner with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. She interacted with people, is that correct?
I would say very little, but to some degree, sure.
And she took care of the kids with you while she was there?
We both took care of the kids together.
You mentioned earlier that your wedding anniversary is in December, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall going out for your anniversary on December 3rd, 2022, going into Boston?
No, we didn't go out.
You don't recall arranging for a massage for Lindsay and then going to the
Wow.
Emily Parker house and going?
The prosecution knows more about their marriage celebration date than he does. He doesn't even recall that they even did anything. He said they didn't do anything.
How surprised he looks that they went out.
It just solidifies what I've been feeling even more. There was issues going on the last month or two before she snapped. Rosie, I really have a feeling that the reason that he's overblowing the love that he has for her is because he doesn't want to be somewhat held responsible for her fucking snapping.
Yeah.
And I really feel like it majorly contributed to what happened. Because we've had conversations with us, with other people outside of the live streams of the trial. And one of the things that we were talking about was that a lot of times in these situations, where, when it comes to Lindsay saying that she had to save the kids before she hurt herself, that she was protecting the kids. Was she protecting, or did she feel like she was protecting her kids, or needed to protect her kids from him if she did that to herself, because we've sat there for days and nights and talked about this outside of the trial, and it was one of the major questions was, how was she protecting the kids? And she had to do that before she did that to herself to protect the kids. Where does that come from in this equation? And we could not figure out anything that would make sense on, okay, how are you protecting the kids by doing this? What are you protecting them from? Because it didn't make sense. Did she feel, with all the stuff going on between them two that last month or two, did she feel like, oh gosh, if I, because of what he doesn't do at home, oh my gosh, if I do this to myself, then they're going to be living in the same house with their dad that is always working. That's not going to be there. And she was afraid of that. It's the only thing I can think of right now. I didn't have any kind of answer to that question until now. And I'm really starting to wonder, how much did this really play into what happened? The stuff that went on between them two.
Yeah. And I see that point, and I think that it's very possible. It makes a lot of sense when it comes to the things that she, the things that she ultimately decided to do. I also I try not to try and make too much sense of what was going on in her mind, just because there is that psychosis. So it's
right,
she couldn't, we can't know what was really going on. There was some strange things going on in there, we know that. So whatever the reason that she put to it, there might have been some origins in reality, and it could have been like that. It also could have been that he was so agitated, and she literally thought that he was going to be angry with her for leaving him with the kids. It could have been something like that. But
that's a good point too.
Yeah, so while I always want to be careful of trying to rationalize the person who's in psychosis, I do think that there could have been something that triggered it, and then in her own delusions, it multiplied.
Yeah, I mean, because think about it. She went through the same stuff with the previous two. She's going through it again. She obviously knows that she can make it out of it because she already did it 2 times before. But when you add this extra that has never taken place with the previous 2 births, and this is something, a husband and wife, you throw that on top of what you've already overcame 2 times before, and I can see somebody losing their shit.
Yeah. Yeah, and there
You
probably
just took this and added on, because think about it. She already overcame it twice before. She would already have that confidence in her, like, okay, I know I'm going through it again. I've overcame it before. I can do it again. But you add this marriage problem in the mix, something that you don't even know how to navigate, and you throw that on top. It makes me wonder, is this why he's overblowing the love that he had for her? Because he doesn't. It's like Lindsay said a minute ago. I don't think he has been honest with the police, and he wasn't honest with Lindsay, and I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
I don't think he was honest with the police either.
I do have concerns about the fact that she wanted to start medication without letting him know that she had already obtained it. That's just not feeling good for me. She
was afraid.
She needed to test his reaction instead of just asserting herself and saying, I'm going to start taking these pills. I actually already have them. It's not like asking permission. I'm letting you know because, but at the end
Well,
of the
and maybe he was holding that against her too, all the different medications, and maybe she was afraid to mention that she was trying another medication. Who knows? Maybe he was the type of husband that was saying negative things about taking the medication. Oh, that's not going to work. Nothing else has worked. You know what I'm saying?
Well, in my mind, it was a little different. Like maybe he was part of what was making the chopping and changing so quick. Like, hey, this is not working. And she maybe is like, give it time. The doctor said it needs time. Nope, get another one or something like that. I mean, that's
Because
also
she'd be
possible.
asking him, like, I mean, if I had a significant other and I was taking medication, and I would definitely reach out to her and be like, hey, do you notice? Because look, I'm the one taking medication. I'm the one that's got the mental health struggle.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be thinking clearly, damn straight. I'm going to ask my spouse, do you notice? Do you think it's getting better? Do you notice? What do
Yeah.
you notice? Right?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, it might have, and I'm not, look, like you said earlier, we have no idea what went on between these people. We could be so wrong. Like, we could just be completely off. But it could even be that, she was feeling pressured to just keep trying different ones because she needed to get back to work or she needed to start paying attention to the other kids, and the time frame of how the medications were working just wasn't suiting maybe him.
Yeah. Yeah, because he was the main financial provider at that time.
Yeah.
He was the only one bringing in money. And so that's all he's going to be concerned about. Yeah, we're just, the more that this goes on, I totally agree with Lindsay. I don't think he was being honest with anybody. It makes me wonder, are we going to see, when we get to the more testimony about the diary and things like that, are we going to see stuff about this coming up? There's a lot more witnesses and a lot more days for trials, so you never know. It just makes me wonder, are we going to find out anything or any events that were taking place? I'm sure it was notated, documented somewhere,
Yeah.
unless she's that protective of the marriage where she doesn't even talk about it, which maybe, who knows? Maybe he read her diaries. Who knows what the hell's, all we can do is just sit and wait and see as time unfolds.
Yeah.
Out to dinner that night?
No, December 3rd, 2022, we stayed home.
You stayed home, okay.
Yeah, you forgot about the date. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not.
Showing you a photo of you and Lindsay. You recognize this photo?
Yeah.
And when was that taken?
I'm not really sure.
It wasn't taken on December 3rd when you were out celebrating your anniversary?
In 2022?
Yes.
No. No, we wanted to go out, but we canceled because she wasn't feeling well. So we stayed home. We got takeout.
Okay. Did you also, on November 26th, 2022, go out as a family to get a Christmas tree?
Yes. Well, probably. I don't know. But yeah, around that time, yes.
Okay. Showing you two photos. Are these from that day when you got the Christmas tree?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
I could have the first photo of all five. second one is Exhibit 7. Exhibit 7. Showing you Exhibit 6. This is all of you at the tree farm.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 7, those are the kids.
Yes.
Around December 6, 2022, did Lindsay tell you she was starting a new medication?
I don't remember specifically.
Is it that you don't remember the date or you don't remember her starting a new medication?
I'm not sure.
Do you remember Lindsay telling you at some point she was starting the medication Seroquel?
Yes.
Do you remember around what time frame that was?
I thought it was before December 6th.
Okay. And do you recall how she was physically after starting the Seroquel?
Awful.
How so?
That was really where her big spiral started. She started to lose a lot of weight, and she became very depressed, and she was having a really hard time.
And did she describe to you some thoughts or feelings that she was having at that time?
Yeah, she started to say she was suicidal.
And was that in December of 2022?
I think so, yeah.
And when she told you she was suicidal, did you ask her if she had a plan on how to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said no.
And did she ever mention a specific way or plan she had to kill herself to you?
No.
And at some point in time, did she tell you that this was the first time she had had suicidal thoughts?
I don't know if she mentioned it was the first time or not. I just remember her saying she had them.
Had you ever heard her say that to you before, that she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did you own at that time a Surface Pro, a type of tablet that works as a laptop?
Yeah.
And who had access to that laptop?
We both did.
You and Lindsay?
Yeah.
And going back to August 22nd, 2022, did you click on a link on that Surface Pro that was titled Methods of Suicide?
Not that I recall.
And August 22nd, 2022, that was before Lindsay had been on any medications, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
Going back to December, she's told you that she's having these thoughts. What's your reaction when she tells you that she's having these suicidal thoughts?
I just wanted to support her. I asked those questions back to her, and her mother was coming up pretty regularly anyways, so we let them know, and we just try to be supportive.
Did she also tell you at that time, at the beginning of December, that she was having some other intrusive thoughts?
Yeah.
Is that how she described them or how you described them, intrusive thoughts?
I would say both.
Okay. And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids, or them having some sort of ailment. So like she was very worried that Cora had, whenever she had a stomach ache, she became overly worried that she was, had like a liver problem or something much more dramatic than it was.
Okay. But going back to that first part, she said she had thoughts of harming the kids. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you whether or not she had specific thoughts of how she would harm the kids?
No.
And she didn't describe that as hearing this external voice telling her to harm the kids, correct?
Correct.
She told you she was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
And did you ask her how she was going to harm the kids?
I didn't ask it in that way. It was the same thing. I said, do you have a plan, and is it disturbing to you? And she said no, and then she said yes. And
let me go back for a minute there. You said, do you have a plan? And she said no. What was the second question? Second part of the question?
I said, do you find it disturbing?
Okay.
And she said yes. And she described it as really the way she was describing it as something that might happen to the kids.
So it was more something might happen than she might do something. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you how long she had those thoughts for?
She didn't give a duration.
And how many times did she tell you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids?
A couple times.
And was that a couple times over the course of a night or two in December?
Yeah.
Okay. And as a result of her telling you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids, what did you do?
Her parents came up, and I think I asked her at some point, do you feel like you need to be kept away from them? And she said no. And then, it was very confusing because a minute later she was making them lunch or playing with them or, getting them ready for bed or whatever it was.
So it was confusing in that she wasn't physically harming them at the time, but had these thoughts. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I never saw Lindsay harm the kids.
And did you also, as a result of these statements, suggest an appointment with nurse practitioner Gelada?
It wasn't as a result of these statements. That appointment was set up because we were at her parents' house in Wallingford for Thanksgiving, and she just described how she was feeling on the medication, and she felt that she was addicted to them.
Was that the benzodiazepines that she thought she was addicted to?
Primarily, and then she was taking Seroquel at the same time, and she might have been taking Trazodone or Remeron. I'm not sure. Okay.
Do you recall testifying previously that I called her parents to come up to stay with us, and I told her that I asked her who her doctor was because I was very concerned at this point. She was prescribed 10 different medications in just over 2 months, so it didn't make sense to me. And then you said, so after her parents came up, she said, I have a remote meeting with Rebecca Gelada, and you said, no, it has to be in person.
Yeah, I felt like it had to be in person because I just felt like there was a disconnect. I felt like we could figure it out, whatever was going on. Mm-hmm. So it seemed like most of her telehealth appointments were pretty quick, and there just wasn't like a lot of attention.
Were you present for these telehealth visits?
Only a few of them, okay. And they were after that meeting with Gelada.
Okay. And that appointment in person with Gelada was December 6th, 2022. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
So the thought of harming the kids was after Thanksgiving, but before December 6th. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Were you concerned for the kids' safety at that time?
No, I wasn't.
And why not?
Right?
She
Why
wasn't
not?
showing any intention of harming the kids.
Why not? Like, she said she's having thoughts. Should have got your...
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, this will just never make sense to me because it's not like she's, harboring these thoughts and she's got all of this intent and it's like, like she's building up resentment and she's got all of these plans. Like she's literally confiding in him, and that's at a huge risk to herself because she doesn't know if he's going to freak out or not, and he actually should. It's it's just so strange that he would brush that off. And I'm not saying he brushed it off like, oh, well, she didn't mean it, but to just give it a little more thought, like, I'll never understand, ever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like she had thoughts. Like that's enough. That's enough.
More than enough.
Right. And then, yeah, I agree with the in-person visit. You know, it's nice to see that he pushed for that. But if something's not helping, maybe that doctor's not helping. She was with Gelada for a while. You know, maybe she realized that Gelada just was lying about her expertise, wasn't being honest, and really didn't know how to navigate what Lindsay was going through. That's why she went to Letitia Dukes, trying to find somebody that knew what the hell they were doing that could help.
Yeah.
You hear it's the same situation in all these cases where the patients aren't being heard. They're being prescribed a whole bunch of fucking medication. They're not being heard. And so they have to go to another doctor because the doctor that they're getting help from isn't helping and isn't listening.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like the same old story. You just hear it a bunch of times in different situations. Yeah, carbon copy of types of pills, amount prescribed. Yeah, it's just because she didn't have a plan, because she didn't look like she was hurting the kids, I didn't see any harm in what she said. It doesn't matter. When somebody has those thoughts, that's enough. And thank God she was honest with you. You know,
Right.
she could have not even said anything, and she was being honest with you about it. That's somebody reaching out for help.
Yeah.
And you're like, I don't see nothing wrong with it. You know why? It's because he's like, there's nothing wrong with her. She should be back to work.
Yeah. Sad but true. I really do think that's what was going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do too.
And she told you she didn't have a plan, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention to December 15th, 2022, did Lindsay go to Mass General Hospital to the emergency department that day?
Yeah.
Okay, and why was that?
I remember the reasoning being she told her dad that she wanted to commit suicide, and then she said to me, I told my dad I want to die, and it didn't bother me at all.
And
That wasn't alarming either.
as a result of those statements, you brought her, or did she bring herself to Mass General?
I think I brought her that time.
And at Mass General, she saw medical staff, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they recommend to her some type of admission to McLean Hospital?
I remember there was one doctor who was in favor of that, and there were two others who were more in favor of a day program.
Okay. And did they give you information about a specific day program?
Yeah, it was women and infants in Providence.
And at that time, when Lindsay was saying that she was suicidal, was she asked if she had a plan?
By the doctors.
Or by you?
I was always checking in with her, and she never told me that she had a plan. I'm not sure what the doctors asked her.
Okay. And after being at Mass General on December 15th, did she go to Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island to attempt to get into their postpartum program?
She was already in. She went in as scheduled.
Okay. And but she didn't remain in, correct? She was just there for a day?
Correct.
Okay. And did she go by herself? Did you go with her?
I dropped her off, and then I took Dawson skiing.
Okay. And at some point in time, did Lindsay reach out to you to say she wasn't staying at the program and to come pick her up?
She actually said that the providers at that program suggested to her that she call me and have her come get picked up, and then that I should go in and meet with the providers.
Okay. And then after you picked her up, she was no longer in the program at that point, correct? At Rhode Island Women and Children's, right?
Well, we discussed it with the doctors, and their recommendation was that the program wasn't right for her.
Right. And so you guys returned home, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during this time frame in December, Lindsay's still working out at the Kingsbury Club, correct?
That might be true. I don't recall exactly, but yeah.
Do you recall her going to the Kingsbury Club on December 6th, 13th, 16th, 17th, or 18th?
I mean, I believe that can be true. Yeah, I don't recall those exact dates, but yeah.
At this time when she's saying that she's feeling suicidal, she's telling you she doesn't have a plan, correct?
Mm.
She's no longer saying she has any thoughts of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
She's still bringing the children to doctor's appointments during that time, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall her bringing Callan and Dawson to the doctors on December 2nd when they weren't feeling well?
Yeah.
And then she was able to call the doctor's office on December 27th and make an appointment for Callan and Cora when they weren't feeling well. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And take them to the doctor, I believe with you, correct?
Maybe, I don't know.
And then on December 30th, she was able to take Callan to the doctor that day as well and interact with the staff. Is that correct?
Probably.
Then you returned to Mass General Hospital, the emergency department, on December 31st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you go back on the 31st?
Because she was still talking about thoughts of suicide, and I was exhausted. I said, I think it's time to go to McLean. And we didn't have a diagnosis. So we just didn't really know what was wrong. And I think for me, I was hoping that McLean could really evaluate her and try to figure out the best path forward.
Okay, so the path to getting to McLean was to go to the emergency department at Mass General and be referred to McLean. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that night while at the hospital, Lindsay was taking selfies?
No.
Right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted.
Can you exhibit me taking a selfie at the hospital, is that correct?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And then the second page is just her legs in the doorway, is that correct?
Yep.
As a result of going to Mass General and telling them about her suicidal thoughts, was she transferred to McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay with her throughout that transfer process, or were you able to?
I was not able to. For some reason, they transfer. I don't know if they do this with all patients, but she was transferred at 3 a.m.
Okay. And so she reached McLean in the early morning hours of January 1st then of 2023. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you visit her at McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
How often did you see her there?
I think I was able to go twice, or maybe 3 times.
And do you remember, what visiting hours were or what hours you visited?
I don't remember exactly, but it was, something like 2 to 6. And I think there were morning hours, but you couldn't just go anytime.
You couldn't or could?
You could not.
Okay. And so you, out of the few days that she was there, 5 days she was there, you visited 2 or 3 times. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And while you were there with her, did Lindsay talk to you about the treatment that she was receiving at McLean Hospital?
She told me about her experience. It didn't really seem like she was getting any treatment.
Okay. Did she tell you that she wasn't really getting any treatment or wasn't getting as much care or treatment as she wanted?
Well, I think by the 3rd day, I said, what have the doctors said? And she said, I haven't met with the doctor. The challenge was she arrived on a Saturday, and then I think Monday was an observed holiday, so she didn't see a doctor until Tuesday. So until then, she was coloring and playing with clay and going for walks.
Were you aware that she was seen by a resident, a doctor, the first 2 days she was there, and then an attending on the 3rd day that she was there?
No.
Were you aware that she was seen by a licensed social worker, group therapist, and other mental health workers every day while she was there?
Yeah, I didn't get any updates.
Were you aware that she was
Hold
offered
on.
one-on-one therapy by?
He didn't get any updates. What the hell is that? Did you know that this was going on? This was going on. I didn't get any updates. You needed to get an update. You didn't have a conversation with your wife. You didn't go visit her. You didn't call her up. How you doing? You didn't. None of that. So your excuse for not knowing is I didn't get any updates.
Yeah.
Right? Right, Lindsay? BS. You didn't ask? Right? Right?
Well, yeah. I mean, it sounds like he asked, and she said she hadn't met with the doctors. And from what I understand, the prosecution is saying that she had. I don't know, but either way, it's still bringing me back to this thing of why is she not just volunteering information to him anyway?
Right.
Like, what is it like? Yeah, something's not going well there.
I'm glad we're doing this. I mean, we needed to. Thank you to the court for taking the day off and allowing us to do this today. We
Yeah.
were waiting all week. It was like, damn, we got to wait all week. And then all of a sudden they blessed us with taking Friday off so we could do this on a Friday. So thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not. And we're going to keep digging into this. This is the full testimony re-air breakdown of Patrick Clancy. From day 1 and day 2, we're going to be skipping all those sidebars and all the other testimonies that do happen in between some of his different testimonies. So we got this all. We're going to, we cut all the other stuff out. We're just focusing on the full testimony as we break it down. And I think we're maybe a third of the way through. I don't know. What are we looking at? I think we're about, a third of the way through?
I think so. Maybe a little bit under.
Okay.
A little
right.
bit under. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day today. Thank you all for being here. It's the whole thing, though. We got to do the whole thing.
Yeah, it's better this way.
Unit staff every day that she was there?
No.
Did you know that she participated in group therapy on January 1st for 45 minutes, a session about illness and symptom management?
I was aware of some group activities. I didn't know the details of it.
And were you aware that she participated in 2 group therapy sessions, one for 45 minutes and one for 50 minutes, one on self-compassion and one on illness and symptom management on January 3rd?
I wasn't aware of the subject of any of the meetings now.
Were you aware that she declined further group therapy and treatment in the afternoon of January 3rd?
No.
Were you aware that on January 4th, she participated in a group for 40 minutes called Medication Management?
No.
Were you aware that she participated in a group on January 5th on expressive therapy for 45 minutes?
No.
And were you aware that she declined further treatment 2 times on January 5th, one to attend group therapy and one to attend a session on cognitive behavioral processes?
No.
Were you aware that Lindsay asked the doctors to be discharged on the 6th, Friday the 6th, because she wanted to go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
Not that I recall.
Were you aware, or did Lindsay tell you that she then asked the doctors to discharge her on January 5th because she wanted to go home and get ready for the party?
I wasn't aware of Lindsay asking the doctors to be discharged.
Okay.
This is
Were
so
there any
bad.
insurance issues in terms of insurance refusing to pay for her stay at McLean Hospital?
We didn't really get to that point.
You weren't advised by the social worker or any staff there that there were any issues with your insurance, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, but I wouldn't have cared either.
Would you have just paid for it if needed?
I would have paid anything. Yeah.
Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to break?
Yes.
All right, so members of the jury, we're going to break for the afternoon recess. We'll see you back here about 2 o'clock, okay?
All right.
He would have paid anything, not we. Right? I would have paid anything, not we.
Yep. That's a very good point. Also, earlier on, when she asked about the insurance, he said, we did not get to that point. So he did mix that up a little bit as well. Yeah.
Yeah. And the beat goes on, and the beat goes on.
I want to show you some photos here of the children and just ask if this is a fair and accurate depiction of how they looked in January of 2023.
Yes.
Thank you. We could have them mark this the next 4 exhibits.
All right. They may be marked.
So we're showing you exhibit 9. This is Cora, correct? Can you tell us a little bit about what Cora was like in January of 2023, what her interests were?
I'm going to object at this point.
Counsel, can I see it sidebar?
He was
So, sir, if you could just tell us a little bit about Cora's interests at that time.
Cora was into princesses. And she had a lot of friends. And she just liked taking care of people.
And showing you
Hey, Flower.
Dawson, correct?
Yes.
What kind of things was Dawson interested in?
He was into firefighters and trucks. And he liked Paw Patrol.
Exhibit 11, Alan. He's only 8 months old, correct?
Correct.
Did he have any interest or
He was just a happy baby.
baby? And then just showing you quickly Exhibit 12. Does this picture clearly indicate their sizes in relation to each other in January 2023?
Yes.
After Lindsay was released from McLean Hospital, was there a birthday party for Cora on January 7th, 2023?
Yes.
And who had organized that birthday party?
I think we both did.
And where was it?
It was at Nova in Plymouth.
And was Lindsay present for the party?
Yes.
And do you recall who got all the supplies and everything for the party?
I think Lindsay did.
We could play a video. I'm going to ask you to look at a video and just tell me if you recognize this as a video from the party. Or was that from the party?
Yeah.
And was that Cora seated in front of Lindsay while singing Happy Birthday?
Yeah.
And there's a second clip. Again, was that Cora and Lindsay?
Yeah.
Hope to have the birthday videos as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
13 so far. From Cora's birthday party until January 23rd, 2023, did you check on and check in with Lindsay?
Every day.
And how did you do that?
I would ask her in the morning how she's feeling, how she slept.
And did she tell you that she was sleeping better?
Maybe a little bit better, but she's still struggling.
And did you ask her during that time if she had suicidal thoughts?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She told me no.
She told you what?
She said no.
No. Did she ever tell you during that time period that she was having thoughts of harming the children?
No.
Did you as a family go to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Was the defendant able to participate in activities with the children while at the museum on January 8th?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up some photographs.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Mia.
Or identify everyone in the photograph so that the jurors can follow their movements through the video footage in the video. So if I may.
Please hit
Down
like,
here,
subscribe if you're not.
colored shirt,
It's Dawson.
Dawson, and in the red skirt,
Cora.
and in the gray jacket,
Lindsay.
and here pushing the carriage,
That's me.
and is Callan in the carriage at that time?
Yeah.
And permission to play the video, Your
Can I
Honor.
see again, sidebar?
We are only 50 subs. We are only 50 subs away from 17.7K. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. Consider doing so. We'll see if we can hit that goal of the 700 today. Thank you for being here.
Your Honor, at this time, we've moved to submit the still photograph and the video pursuant to the discussion at sidebar. I'd move to submit the full video in as one exhibit for identification and the timeline video as the exhibit.
Timeline. Do we, you submit a copy of that later?
No, there's a full video that was provided by the
Right.
Good morning, Mia. Speaking of Nevada, we're going to be doing Tupac's trial Monday. So if you're interested in the Tupac Shakur
that's fine.
murder trial, hang out with us on Monday as well. We'll also be doing Lindsay Clancy's trial all day as well. So we'll be having 2 trials going on that day. Come hang out with us on both of those.
And the museum timeline for the next exhibit, exhibit 14. Sir, after going to the Museum of Science, well, let me go back to that for a moment. At the Museum of Science, do you recall the defendant being able to interact with the children at exhibits that required manipulating knobs and materials and showing the children how to do those exhibits and interacting with them at those exhibits?
Yeah, Lindsay was always able to interact with our kids, even including at the Museum of Science.
Okay. And then after your trip to the Museum of Science, do you remember going to the Charlie Horse restaurant with the kids and Lindsay?
Yes.
And how soon after the Museum of Science was that? Do you recall?
I don't recall the exact dates.
Okay. And what type of place is the Charlie Horse restaurant?
It's like a family restaurant with games.
And how was the defendant's demeanor at the restaurant?
It was good. I was hopeful.
Why were you hopeful?
Because she seemed much better.
And then on January 14th, 2023, were you able to go to brunch with your friends while the defendant was home with the children?
Yeah.
And about how long were you gone?
About 2 hours.
Were there any issues or problems that you were aware of while you were gone?
No. She encouraged me to go. She said, "You've just been inside a lot. You should go out." And it was fine.
And while you were there at brunch, did she send you photos of the kids and text messages?
I think so, yeah.
Direct your attention to January 15th, 2023. Did you and Lindsay and the kids go to the Cape Codder in Hyannis?
Yeah.
And was there a water park there?
Yeah.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It seemed pretty good.
Was she able to interact with the children and participate in the activities?
Yes.
I could bring up photos again. I would just like you to look at the photos to point out who the individuals are in the photo. So here in the dark shorts with the white band on the top.
It's me.
And then in the bathing suit here with the ponytail.
It's Cora.
And then in the striped swimsuit at the bottom.
It's Dawson.
And then here in the black bathing suit without shoulder straps.
Lindsay.
Lindsay. And is that was Cora with her?
Yes.
And in this third photo, is that Lindsay with Callan in her arms?
Yeah.
And that photo there, is that Dawson with the striped bathing suit?
Yep.
Okay. We can go to the video with the court's permission.
Hold on.
I'm just going to go to certain clips. If we could start with from the beginning to 40 seconds in and play. Sir, if you could tell us who, well, can you confirm that that's you and the children and Lindsay arriving now?
Yes.
Would that be Cora in the purple jacket with the pink boots?
Yes.
And Lindsay in the gray coat with the backpack?
Yes.
And then if we could go to 139.
Speaking of Micah Miller, there's a new Netflix doc coming out here soon.
During this
Oh, you're good, Rosie.
time, are you waiting to check in and get your wristbands and all of that?
Yeah.
You could go to 647.
Thank you all for being here with us.
Do you recognize this play area?
Yes.
And did you and Lindsay and the children go over to this hardship area?
Yep.
Showing you here, is that Cora that just went down the slide?
Yeah.
Oh, they're having so much fun.
Yeah, I know.
And is that you there by the slide?
Yeah.
We can go to 1122. Let's see. We could go to 1406. Oh.
What are we watching this for this whole time? I'm not understanding this part, Rosie. I mean, I know we're seeing the kids play and interact, but I'm kind of confused. What?
I'm not sure. It's just a part of his testimony, but I can.
No, you're fine because we're hearing the whole thing. I'm just like wondering about the prosecution. Like, what are we? Why are we?
I'm not sure what they're trying to do with this. That's like. I mean, it's not really showing anything.
Sir, here at 1625.
Yeah, I mean, we
That's
saw
Cora
it.
and then Lindsay that go down the slide together.
Yeah.
Okay. Something you can sum up in like 30 seconds, I would
We
think.
can go to 1745.
Does look like a really cool place to visit, though.
I know that ship. That is so
Yeah.
cool. You know, that's a
Yeah.
cool little. The theme. It's pretty neat.
Got the same thing here.
Yeah.
So she's able to interact with Cora and the others, participate in the activities.
Yeah.
If we could go to 4753, please.
Okay, are they showing something different on the projector? Because I keep hearing files being mentioned, and it was just okay. Here's something else.
Up in the corner here.
Yep.
Is this you and Dawson and Cora entering the pool area?
Yeah.
Lindsay was with Callan at that time, correct?
Yes.
So you were comfortable with her being off in a separate area with Callan while you were with Cora and Dawson that day?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all. Thank you. I move to submit the
What's up, Sharon?
and timeline.
Thank you guys for being
Yeah,
here
let me
with
just
us.
see over here just briefly, just so I have that straight.
Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not. We are doing Patrick Clancy's full testimony re-air breakdown after day 13 and hearing all these different
15?
testimonies.
Okay, thank you.
We finally get a chance to re-listen
Sir,
to the full testimony.
directing your attention now to January 16th, 2023. Did you go skiing that day?
Yeah.
And who did you go skiing with?
Cora.
And was it just the two of you?
No, we went with another dad and his son,
And who was that dad?
Adam Schwabach.
And was Lindsay home with Callan and Dawson that day when you went skiing with Cora?
Yeah.
Were there any issues or problems that you're aware of when she was home alone with the kids all day?
No.
And was she able to communicate with you throughout the day?
Yeah.
And how was that communication done?
Texts. I might have called her. I'm not sure.
And do you recall texting each other back and forth photos of you with Cora and the boys at home and what they were doing?
Yeah.
And so she was able to take those photographs and send them to you without any apparent problem, correct?
Correct.
Show you the 3 text messages with the attached photos. If you can see those. Thank you. And sir, are these accurate copies of the text messages with the photos that were sent between yourself and the defendant on January 16th, 2023?
Yes.
I'd like to move to have these marked as the next 3 exhibits. Your Honor.
They may be admitted.
Exhibits 16, 17, and 18. Mark. And so, sir, showing you the first photo, which was marked Exhibit 16. Did you start off the conversation by sending the photo of you and Cora skiing?
Yeah.
showing you Exhibit 17. Did Lindsay respond by taking and sending this photo of Dawson?
Yeah.
And then did she respond again, sending you selfie she took of herself and Callan?
Yeah.
And you felt comfortable leaving Callan and Dawson home with her that day?
Yeah.
And why is that?
She seemed to be doing a lot better.
In what ways did she seem to be doing better?
Her mood seemed better. She was more active, and she was able to partake in more things.
She was also going to the gym during that time as well, correct? To the Kingsbury Club?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Were you hopeful at that time that things were getting better?
Yeah.
Did Lindsay's parents visit you the weekend of January 21st through the 22nd?
Yeah.
And whose idea was that? Do you recall?
I think it was theirs. I think they were just coming to visit to say hi.
Okay. And what did you guys do that weekend?
We just hung out and went to a friend's house on Sunday. They left after we got back from there.
And whose friend's house did you go to that Sunday?
The Carneys.
Carneys, okay. And who went to the Carneys?
Lindsay, myself, Dawson, and Cora.
And what did you do there?
There was a fire, and I think we roasted marshmallows or something like that.
Okay. And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was quieter that day. So, that was the extent of it.
Was she able to interact with the Carneys?
Yeah, but she's quiet.
Okay. And you said you returned home and then her parents left?
Yeah.
Thank you, Sydney, for the 2 jewels sparkles.
Paul, Lindsay, and her mom.
Thank you
taking a
so
picture
much.
Together that weekend.
Yeah.
Is that photo?
Yeah, that's it.
You could have this marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
What's up, Denise? Good afternoon, good morning.
Exhibit 19.
Thank you, everybody, for being here.
And Lindsay seemed to be doing better that weekend, correct?
Overall, yeah.
Were you aware that her mother had sent her a text saying something to the effect of, "I'm glad you're doing so much better"?
I became aware of that later, yeah.
And just showing you Exhibit 19. And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mark the still photo from the Museum of Science. If we could have that as the next.
Sure.
Exhibit 20.
Thank you for being here. Please hit the like and subscribe if you haven't. Also, if you're not subscribed to our live reporter, Rosie Overtime here at the network, make sure you're subscribed to
That
her.
Monday,
Here's her link as
after
well.
her parents had gone home to Connecticut, so Monday the 23rd of January, did Cora and Dawson go to school?
Yeah.
And do you recall Lindsay picking them up that afternoon?
Yeah.
When Lindsay returned home with Cora and Dawson, did she discuss with you that Cora was having some stomach issues at school?
Yeah.
And were you familiar with the stomach issues that Cora had been having?
Yeah.
And did you have an idea of what was causing those stomach issues?
Yeah, it wasn't unusual. She was embarrassed to go to the bathroom at school. So she just held it all day.
Okay. And so this was a common occurrence?
Yeah.
And were you aware that Cora had her 5-year physical scheduled for the next day, Tuesday, the 24th?
No, I didn't know that was already scheduled. I thought she called it in and set it up. So yeah, it's news to me.
Okay. So would it have been Lindsay who would make those kinds of appointments, the physicals and all of that?
She usually handled that, yeah.
Okay. And going to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that day?
I'm sorry, you said on the 24th?
Yes, Tuesday
Yeah.
the 24th.
Yeah.
That morning was Cora's doctor's appointment at 8 a.m.?
Yeah.
And who took her to the doctor's appointment?
Lindsay.
And did anyone have to go with her, or did she drive herself and Cora there?
It's just Lindsay and Cora.
And you were home with the boys, is that right?
Yeah.
And while you're with the boys and Lindsay's with Cora at the doctor's, are you sending text messages and photos back and forth?
Yeah.
And why did you send a photo of Dawson to Lindsay that morning?
Because he dressed himself completely for the first time.
And he was excited about that?
Yeah.
And did she respond back with a photo of Cora?
Yeah.
Are these the photos you sent back and forth?
Yeah.
I could have the photo of Dawson as the next exhibit and the photo of Cora as the following.
All right, they may be admitted.
And 22 somewhere. Publishing these. Exhibit 21 and exhibit 22.
Aw.
And while you were texting with
Yeah.
Lindsay back and forth, were you able to understand her text messages?
Yeah.
Did she seem to understand yours in response?
Yes.
Did she return home?
Yes.
And do you recall around what time she got home that morning?
8:30.
And once she got home, what did you do?
I think I got ready for work.
And while you were downstairs working in your office, do you know what Lindsay and the kids were doing?
They built a snowman and they did some art projects.
And how did you know this was happening?
She texted me a picture.
So Lindsay was continuing to text you and send you photographs throughout that day?
Yeah, and I went up to say hi at one point.
Okay. First, I just want to show you the text messages back and forth. The text being on the right-hand side. If you want to look through there and just see if you recognize the messages going back and forth between you and Lindsay that morning. Or that day.
Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. We
this
are
is
going through the
activity
full
center.
testimony today.
I think this is something else.
So starting at 7 a.m. on the 24th, and we go to 8:17 a.m. This is the photo you sent of Dawson, and then the replies going to 8:18 a.m. Is this the reply from Lindsay? And then throughout the day, just messages back and forth up to the point. Page 940, where Lindsay's sending you the photos of the kids in the snow. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We could have the text messages marked as the next exhibit.
All right, it may be admitted.
623. And just look at one photo. Is this one of the photos you sent? We could have the photograph marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 24. How often do you think do you remember going upstairs that day to interact with Lindsay and the kids?
Once or twice. It was a busier day than usual.
And when you did come up to interact with them, how was Lindsay's mood?
She seemed happy.
Happy? And how could you tell that? What was she doing?
She was playing with the kids, and she seemed in a good mood.
At any point during that day when you came up or while she's texting you, did she tell you she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she tell you she was having thoughts of harming the kids?
No.
Did she ask for help or anything that caused concern?
No, she was having one of her best days.
One of her best days?
No.
I want to direct your attention to 4:53 p.m. that day. Did you receive a text from Lindsay about dinner?
Yeah.
And do you recall what it said?
Something along the lines of, do you want to get takeout? I haven't planned anything.
Do you recall it saying, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Had you been to 3V restaurant previously?
Yeah.
Alone or with the family?
With the family.
And approximately how many times had you been there to eat?
Probably 3 times.
And so you had all gotten in the car and driven from your home to 3V restaurant in Plymouth approximately 3 times?
Yeah, sometimes we were already out somewhere, but yeah.
Okay, but been there 3 times. Had you ever done takeout from there before?
No.
Where would you typically do takeout when you were going to do takeout at home?
The Chestnut Grill. I think another one was West End Grill.
Were those closer than 3V to your home?
Yeah.
So Lindsay suggested 3V and you agreed, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Did she send you another text at 4:56 p.m. asking you to take a look at the menu?
Yeah.
And did you send a text at 5:06 p.m. About Callan?
Yeah, I asked if he had taken a nap.
And did she respond?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
That it was a shorter nap and he was awake.
And at that time, did you also send a separate text asking what she was getting at 3V?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
I don't remember what she ordered.
Do you recall a Mediterranean Power Bowl?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And did she ask you what you were getting?
Yeah.
And at 5:08 p.m., did you respond?
Yeah.
And what did you tell her?
I forget what it was.
Do you recall scallop and pork belly risotto?
Yeah.
That was it?
Yep.
Who called in the order to 3V?
Lindsay.
Once the order was placed, what did you do?
I came upstairs. I took Callan for a minute, and I rocked him by my knees, kissed Cora on the head, and I said, "I'll be right back."
And what was Dawson doing when you were leaving?
He was eating chicken nuggets on the couch.
And do you recall if he was using a bowl or a plate?
It was a bowl. Do you remember what the defendants, well, first of all,
Where was the defendant seated when you left the house, or was she seated?
She was standing in the
And where
doorway.
was she?
In the doorway of the living room.
And was that the doorway by the front door or the doorway by the basement door?
It's the doorway by the basement door.
And did she have Callan, or where was Callan?
She had Callan.
Okay. And what was her demeanor?
Normal.
Counsel, could I see both sidebar here? Members of the jury, we're going to break at this point for the day. All right. So what we're going to do is I'm going to excuse you till Wednesday morning. All right. So you don't have to come in here tomorrow. Just remind you, I'm going to ask those same questions I asked you this. That may be admitted.
Now, as you're getting ready to leave the house to head out to get the takeout, did Lindsay say anything to you?
Nothing specific that I can recall, just other than maybe goodbye.
Do you recall something about discussing something about CVS with her?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did she say about CVS?
She wanted me to pick up some stool softener for Cora.
And she hadn't mentioned that earlier in the text, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Hey everyone, just a reminder to like, share, and subscribe. And also just want to let you know that we've moved on to testimony from day 2 now. So this is when he continued his testimony on day 2 of the trial. So not the same day, but a continuation. And thank you so much for joining, everyone. We're so happy to have you here.
So as you're leaving, she asked you to make a second or another stop while you're out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in response to that request, did you ask her to do something?
I don't remember.
I could show you page 77, lines 23 and 24, if you could just read those to yourself.
Yeah, I told her to text it to me, which she did.
I'm sorry, so that refresh your memory and
Yep.
ask her to text it to you?
Yep.
And did she do so?
She did.
And was that at approximately 5:15 p.m. that she texted PDLX?
Sounds correct.
So your 2 stops then that night were going to be CVS and the 3V restaurant, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go first?
CVS.
And do you remember the route that you took to get there?
Yeah, I went out our driveway, took a right on Winter Street, and then took a left on the main road and went to CVS.
So it's a pretty direct route from your house to CVS?
Yeah.
Just going to have you look at the screen, if you would, to a map. And coming into this red dot here, is that the approximate location of your home at 47 Summer Street?
Yeah.
And then looking at this pink dot here next to Big Y, is that where the CVS is located?
Yes.
And that's the CVS you went to that night?
Yes.
About how long did it take you to get there?
3 minutes.
And when you got to CVS, did you go inside?
Yes.
And what section did you go to in CVS?
I think it was pediatrics.
If we could pull up the CVS video. I'm going to ask you to look at the video here. Is that you entering the store?
Yeah.
And that section you head to on the right, is that the pediatric medication section?
Yeah.
Okay. And while you're in that section, looking for the medication, do you do something?
I called Lindsay
And why did you call Lindsay?
because what we were looking for wasn't there. The shelves were pretty empty. It was still during COVID.
It was just, I'm sorry, what?
It was during COVID, so
Okay, so, and was that call at about approximately 5:33 p.m.?
yeah.
Okay. And then, did she answer the call?
Yes.
She answered when you called her?
Actually, I think she didn't at first. She called back.
Okay. And did you receive a call back from her about a minute later at 5:34 p.m.?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And can you describe that phone call for us?
It was very brief. I just said, I think there's a generic brand, and I said, is this one okay? And she said, yeah, that's fine.
And what was her demeanor during the call?
She was pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
So it sounded to you like she was in the middle of something?
Yeah.
Were you able to understand her when she spoke to you?
Yeah.
And did she seem to understand what you were saying?
Yes.
And she didn't seem to have any trouble recalling why you were at CVS or what you were looking for?
That's correct.
And did you, in fact, purchase some Pedialyte at CVS?
Yes.
Did you purchase anything else while you were there?
I bought a pack of Skittles.
Just showing you a receipt here from CVS. Does this appear to be an accurate description of what was purchased?
Yeah.
We could have the CVS receipt marked as the next exhibit, please.
All right. That may be admitted.
26. And then if we could have the original CVS video marked as an exhibit and the CVS timeline, a condensed version marked as the following exhibit.
Be 27 and 28.
We have the original mark is 27, and the timeline is 28, please. It's 26, 27, and 28 is the mark.
All right. Thank you.
After you had made your purchases at CVS, where did you go next?
To 3V.
And do you remember the route you took to get there?
Yeah, I think I got on Route 3 South for just one exit, and then I got off and went straight to 3V.
And showing you the map again here on the screen. This green dot here on the bottom, is that where 3V restaurant is located?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit a copy, a digital copy of the map. We have it on the computer. I can make a hard copy.
All right. That may be admitted.
We can use empty case as a marker. Is it 29?
All right. Thank you.
We could pull up the preview video, please. Now, sir, how long approximately did it take you to get from CVS to 3V?
Probably around 10 minutes.
And when you got to the 3V restaurant, did you go inside?
Yeah.
I'm just going to ask you to watch the video on screen. At 5:54:15 p.m. Is that you coming in behind that other couple there?
Yeah.
And what are you doing at that point when you're looking at the bags?
I think I was looking for the bag with my name on it.
Do you recall what you're doing on your phone at that time?
I don't. It could be work related, it could be anything.
And the order that was listed under your name and phone number, correct?
I think Lindsay ordered it.
Right, but do you recall whose name it was under when you picked it up?
I don't recall specifically, but it could have been mine.
Show you a receipt here from 3V Restaurant for Mediterranean Power Bowl and scallop and pork belly risotto. You could just look at the name and the number on the receipt.
Yeah, that's my name and my number.
So that's your phone number?
Yeah.
Okay. So although the defendant called in the order, your name and phone number were given and were given accurately, is that correct?
Correct.
If we could have the 3V video marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted. Could I see counsel just very briefly?
If you guys have been watching live with us, you'll know that these sidebars are quite normal. I'm going to skip through it, but I just wanted to say thanks to everyone who's here. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And also, what is going on in chat? I've just glanced over and I don't know. I can see it's some kind of a funny conversation, but very entertaining. I don't know. I'm gonna scroll up and I'll get back to you guys. Thanks, everyone.
And then went home.
It's subject to the court's order that may be admitted.
Sir, after picking up the order at 3V, where did you go next?
Home.
And do you recall the route you took home?
Probably the same route, one exit on the highway, and then went home.
Okay.
Thank you guys for being here.
Do you recall approximately how long it took you to get home?
I would guess 10 to 12 minutes.
When you arrived home, where did you park?
In the driveway.
What type of car did you drive then?
A Chevy Silverado.
And was that a white pickup truck?
Yeah.
What kind of car did Lindsay drive then?
It was a Kia SUV.
And once you parked there, were both vehicles now in the driveway?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you a series of photographs of the exterior of your home. You could just look through them and tell me if they accurately reflect how your home looked on January 24th, 2023.
Yeah, these are accurate.
You could have the these photographs of the exterior of the home front and back aren't essentially the same exhibits.
They may be admitted.
Sir, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 32. Is this the front of your house with the main door?
Yes.
And then showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 33. Where is this in relation to that main front door?
It's to the right.
And here, where the light is that a secondary entrance at the front of the house?
Yes.
And for the record, that's to the left of the garage.
Yep.
Showing you Exhibit 34. Can you tell us what portion of the house this is?
It's to the left of the front door.
So if I'm facing the front door, it's to the left. There's a fence there, is that correct? And Exhibit 35, is that more of that same fence on the left?
Yes.
And then showing you Exhibit 36, is this looking at your backyard from that left side area where the fence is?
Yeah.
And then Exhibit 37, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is the back of the house and the window where Lindsay jumped out.
And Exhibit 38, is that a more direct view of that back of the house?
Yeah.
And so the window you referenced about Lindsay, is it this upper right top window?
Yeah.
And what is behind that window?
Our bedroom.
And the window to the left there in the middle, what room is that window in?
That's the upstairs bathroom.
And then the top window on the far left, what room is that for?
That was Dawson's bedroom.
Austin's. And then directly below the top right window, so the bottom far right window, what room is that window for?
The living room.
And then again, the middle window on the bottom level.
Downstairs bathroom.
And then that window on the far left there, is that the kitchen?
Yeah.
And on the far left of the photo where the sliding glass doors are, where does that lead into?
There's like a room off of the kitchen where there's a kitchen table.
It's crazy why the photos of the house are so dark. Like, why
When you got
didn't you
home
take them
and
during the
you
day?
parked your truck.
I was wondering.
You know what I'm
about
saying?
that.
Like,
Yeah.
why didn't you take them during the day?
Yeah, I guess I don't know unless they wanted to match it at the time, but I don't see why they would. I I have no idea. I was also wondering about that.
I mean, yeah, you want to document it when everything's going down. But I would assume you'd want to document it during the day so you could, more things are visible in the photos. Because sometimes even though you see it with your naked eye, it doesn't transfer because of the exposure and the lighting on film or photos. And so I would think that you would want to be showing photos of the house at night and during the day. So when you're looking, I don't know, when you're looking at that photo, it just looks so dark and like there's a like you see you can feel the negative energy with the photo just with the lighting. Not that it has anything to do with it, because look, you could have taken the same photo at the same time at the same date and it's still going to look the same regardless of the crime before or after, but it's almost like the photos give you that energy of darkness. And I'm like, well, if we're going to be showing the jury photos and asking them, do you see this? Do you see this? Do you see this? You know what I'm saying? You would think that they would be taken during the daytime. So I don't know. It just was odd to me. By the way, we're only 34 subs away from our goal for today is 17.7K. So thank you for being here with us. Hit the like and subscribe button if you haven't yet. And this is the full testimony of Patrick Clancy that we're doing a breakdown of today. We had some questions day 1, day 2, and then as the trial is progressed into day 13, day 14 coming up on Monday, as the trial has progressed, we started to ask more questions about Patrick, the role, the involvement, lack thereof. And that's why we're doing the breakdown today. Court is not in session today for Lindsay Clancy's case, and so we're taking the opportunity today to do this breakdown of his full testimony. Thank you, Rosie, again for getting everything prepared for all this. And also, we're going to be having 2 trials going on starting Monday. We're still going to be here all day, each day for the Lindsay Clancy trial. And then we're also going to be covering the Tupac Shakur murder trial. Both of those will be Monday. Lindsay Clancy, day 14, will be starting around 8 a.m. Eastern with our day 13 recap and then day 14 trial. And then the Tupac trial will be starting over here at the network around 12 p.m., maybe 11:30 a.m. Eastern, somewhere around there. So we will be having 2 trials going on that day. Make sure you come and say hi and show some support to both of them. And thank you all again for being here for this full breakdown. And even if you're on replay after this is over, thank you for joining as well. And let us know what you guys think.
How did you get into the home?
I went in through that side door.
The door that was to the left of the garage?
Yeah.
And what did you do once you got inside the home?
I started taking my boots off.
And did you have some bags with you from CVS and 3V?
Yeah.
Where did you place those?
On the kitchen island.
Show you a couple photos of that area where you came in. Just tell us if it accurately represents how they looked, that area looked on January 24th.
Yeah, that's accurate.
You could have these 2 photos marked with the next exhibit, please.
It may be a minute.
Exhibits 39 and 40. So we're showing you what's been marked as exhibit 39. Can you tell us where the sliding glass doors are in this photograph?
They're to the left of the kitchen table.
So we have here the kitchen table, kind of in the center of the photograph, is that correct?
Yeah.
And so these are the sliding glass doors?
Yeah.
And where's the door that you came through?
To the right after the kitchen table.
Right here, next to the curtain?
Yeah.
And the door, when you're looking at the photo straight ahead, this door to the left of the mirror or the photo there, where does that lead?
The garage.
And then showing you exhibit 40. Is that where you place the bags on the island in the kitchen?
Yeah.
When you came into the house and you were taking off your boots and putting things down, was there anything you noticed?
Yeah, the house is really quiet.
Is that unusual?
Yeah.
And when you realized it was really quiet, what did you do?
I called out
And who did you call out to?
everyone.
Did anyone answer?
No.
After you called out and no one answered, what did you do next?
I think I don't know the order, but I called down in the basement and no one answered. And then I called Lindsay to see if she was home because I looked out and I couldn't see her car, but it's because it was dark and her car's black.
Okay, so when you say you called down to the basement, when you approached the basement door, do you remember if it was open or shut?
It was shut.
So did you open it and yell down?
Yeah,
And there was no response?
correct.
And showing you a photo here, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the stairway down to the basement level?
Yeah.
We have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Do you recall when you opened the door to yell down whether the light was on or off?
Yeah, it was on, but Lindsay always left the light on.
And you said you called Lindsay. Was that a phone call?
Yeah,
And was that at approximately 6:09 p.m.?
yeah,
And did she answer?
no.
After calling down the stairs to the basement, did you leave the door open or did you close it?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I would think I closed it because I always try to keep it closed. I'm not sure.
Okay. And so after you called Lindsay and didn't get a response, what did you do next?
I started checking upstairs.
And where did you check upstairs?
First, the bathroom. I thought maybe they were taking baths, but there's no one there.
And then where did you go?
The kids' bedrooms.
Was there anyone in the kids' bedrooms?
No.
And then did you go to your bedroom?
Yeah.
And were you able to get into your bedroom right away?
No, the door was locked, and that's when I knew something was wrong.
And when you realized the door was locked, did you have a way to unlock it?
Yeah, the previous owners, when they installed the doorknobs, had these like these little keys that they taped to the back of each door. So I got the one from Cora's room, and I started unlocking the knob.
And when you unlocked the door to your bedroom, did you go in?
Yeah.
And what did you see when you opened the door and went in?
I just saw blood everywhere, and the window is open.
And showing you here a photo, is this the bed in your bedroom?
Yeah.
Now, the way the bed is in this photo, kind of pulled away from the wall and slightly askew or at an angle, is that the way it was typically?
No.
And when you left the bedroom that day for the last time prior to coming home later that night, was the bed in that position?
I don't think so.
You have this photo marked as the next picture?
That may be admitted.
And you said you saw the window, is that correct?
Yeah.
Was it open?
Yeah, there was wind blowing in.
Showing you a photo here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the window looked?
Yeah.
Mark, what's the next exhibit, please?
That may be admitted.
Did you walk into the room and over to the window?
No.
How far into the room did you get?
Probably 1 or 2 steps, and then I immediately turned around and went outside.
And the blood that you saw, where was that located in the room?
It was everywhere. It was, it looked like it was sprayed almost with like a hose. And there was a huge puddle in the middle of the room, and it was sprayed all over pretty much every surface. I remember it was on the doorknob.
Okay.
By the way, if you're just joining, make sure you watch it from the beginning. We are covering the full testimony breakdown of Patrick Clancy.
Pretty close.
Make sure you join us for day 14 as well, Monday, 8 a.m. Eastern. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like and subscribe if you haven't.
How the room looked on January 24th, 2023.
Yeah.
We could have these photos marked as the next exhibits.
It may be admitted.
So they're showing you what's been marked exhibit 44. Is this the entrance to the room looking into the room?
Yeah.
And then exhibit 45, is this mirror to the right of that bureau we were just looking at?
Yep.
And this area right here, is this the blood you were referring to?
Yeah, that's some of the blood.
And then in exhibit 46, is that getting closer to the window?
Yeah.
And is that more of the blood that you were talking about?
Yeah.
Going back to exhibit 42. There's no blood on the walls or on the bedding, correct?
On those walls and the bedding, correct.
Totally agree, Sherry. Take yourself out, not your children, you know? We got a lot more questions. I think I might have a call-in show next week, one of these nights. I might have a call-in show about Patrick Clancy, open up the phone lines to you all. We do some call-in shows from time to time. I think we're not going to be able to fit it in today. It's going to be a long show already, but I think we should have a show coming up here in the near future, one of these nights after some of the trials, and I just open up the phone lines and we just have the phone lines open the whole time. Let me know in chat if it's something you guys would be interested in.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea.
Just the whole show. Phone lines open. Just the whole show. Let us know.
Sir, were you aware that the defendant's phone was found on the bed in the bedroom that night?
What's up, Ellen? Thank you for joining. Let's see how many subs we're away from our goal here. We are 29 subs away from our goal of 17.7K. If you're not subscribed, please consider doing so. Thank you for being here again. This is the full testimony re-air of Patrick Clancy. If you're just joining, make sure you go to the very beginning. We are going in order. We removed all the sidebars, other witnesses. It is nothing but Patrick Clancy's full testimony as we break it down. Pause a little bit in between just to discuss some things. And definitely check out the intro of the show. I spilled my brains to y'all for about 15 minutes when it comes to all this stuff going in my head.
Light brown case, do you recognize this?
Yes.
Whose phone is it?
That was Lindsay's phone.
And is this the phone that she was consistently using between September of 2022 and, well, actually August of 2022 throughout?
What's up, Stone?
Fallen into January of 2023.
Yeah.
We have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
47. Sir, after making those observations in the bedroom, what did you do next?
I ran downstairs and went outside.
And do you recall whether you went out the front door or the back door?
I went out the back door.
So that would be the sliders, is that right?
Yeah.
And where did you go from there?
I just looked around in the backyard below that window, and I saw Lindsay.
And where did you see her?
She was face up in the backyard.
And where in the backyard was she?
At the bottom of the window.
And so, looking at exhibit 38, you said this was the window, correct, the top right?
Correct.
Where was she in relation to that window?
Directly below it.
So down here by the window well?
Yeah.
For the record, I was pointing right below the bottom right window by the window well. I'll show you a photo of that window you were referring to. Is this-
Thank you, Stone, for the 10 jewels. Hiding, 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 hiding.
We could have this one.
That may be admitted.
Come on, StreamYard, have these emojis pop up with the little thing. Thank you again, Stone. And thank you, everybody, for the jewels today and all the contributions. Appreciate it.
Showing you exhibit 48. So the window's open, correct?
Yes.
And the screen for the window is up, correct?
Yeah.
At any point in time that night or afterwards, did you notice that the screen was cut or broken in any way?
I didn't notice that, no.
And when you saw Lindsay on the ground there under the window, which direction was her body facing?
Her head was closer to the house. Her feet were away from the house.
And did you go to her?
Yeah.
And did you observe any injuries?
Yes.
And what did you see?
She had deep cuts on her wrists, and she had a red line across her neck. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but she cut her neck.
And do you recall that these wounds weren't actively bleeding at the time?
I later learned that I said that on the 911 call.
And when you observed these wounds, is it correct that the 911 operator asked you or instructed you to apply pressure if needed?
I don't recall the whole call, but I believe that's probably true.
Okay. And you didn't at the time feel the need to apply pressure to any of those wounds, correct?
Correct.
Did you say anything to Lindsay when you found her in that state?
Yeah, I said, what happened?
And what was her response?
She said, I tried to kill myself.
Did you ask her anything else?
I said, where are the kids?
And what was her response?
She said, they're in the basement.
And at that time, she didn't tell you that they needed help or they were in danger or they were injured, correct?
Correct.
And so you mentioned talking to someone on 911. At what point did you call 911?
I don't know the exact time, but it took a few minutes because my phone was switching between Wi-Fi and 911. So I almost just started calling out for the neighbors, but eventually it went through.
Okay. So you had some difficulty connecting, but eventually you connected to the 911 operator?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay on the phone with them while they were sending people to respond?
Yeah.
Okay. While you're on the phone with 911, are they asking you questions and you're responding with information about her condition?
Yeah.
And if you could just look at the screen here, is this the model of the first floor of your home?
Yes.
And so we have here the sliding glass doors. Where would the basement door be in this model?
Directly below the stairs.
Thank you, Lindsay, for the 100 joules. High five. High five back to you.
Basement right here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
For the record, that's the door across from the downstairs bathroom.
Yeah.
Come on, StreamYard. We need to see these emojis on the screen. Hey, thank you, StreamYard, for allowing us to highlight the jewels. But let's see
How
the
long
emojis.
approximately, and I know you weren't looking at your watch or anything like that, but can you estimate for us how long it took for first responders to arrive?
4 or 5 minutes.
And during that time, are you continuing to try to talk to Lindsay?
Yeah.
Is she responding?
She was in and out of consciousness.
Was she breathing on her own?
I believe so.
And you're communicating information to the 911 operators, and are they giving you, advice on how to deal with the situation as it progresses?
Yeah.
Once emergency personnel arrive, what do you do?
I immediately got up and ran to the basement.
Okay. And do you still have the phone on you? You're still on the 911 call?
Yeah, I didn't realize it at the time, but I did.
Okay. And have you look at this model here on the screen? Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the setup of your basement?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can just describe the rooms for us, what the purpose of each room was.
So the room in the back left was my office. The room with the black rubber mat is the gym. And then there's the living room to the right of that. And then the back right is just an area of the living room, and then there's a bathroom next to that.
So when you come down those stairs that night, which direction did you go?
I immediately went left.
And when you went left, what did you see?
I saw Cora.
And how did she look?
She had a band around her neck.
And was that an exercise band?
Yeah.
And do you recall whether she was, what position she was in, whether face up or face down?
She's face down.
And when you saw her in that condition, what did you do?
I immediately ran over and tried to take the band off.
Were you able to get the band off?
Yeah.
And do you recall how you got the band off?
I think I untied it.
And when you say untied it, was it in a knot that you had to, put everything down and unknot it, or how was it tied?
I'm not sure I fully remember.
Do you recall describing it previously as when you initially tie your shoes, but then don't do the bow?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And was she responsive?
No.
And what did you see or do next?
I saw Callan.
And where was he?
He was next to her.
And how did he appear?
He had a band around his neck.
Sorry?
He had a band around his neck.
And did you remove that as well?
Yeah.
And do you recall what position he was in?
Same as Cora.
And looking at the model here.
Thank you so much, Mia. Jamming with the 200 joules. Thank you so much. 200 joules, dang.
The left of the couch.
So would that be this area here that I'm pointing to in between the bureau and the couch?
Yeah.
And where was Callan?
To her left.
So would that be more over here towards the chair and the bureau?
Yeah.
After you removed the band from Callan's neck, what did you do next?
I tried to find Dawson.
And where did you go?
I looked in the bathroom and on the other side of the couch, and then I went to the other side of the basement, and he was in my office.
And when you saw Dawson, what condition was he in?
I knew he was gone.
And did he also have a band around his neck?
Yeah.
And did you remove that band?
Yeah.
And looking at the office here, where was he located within the office?
Just to the left of the door when you went in.
Just in this area here, right inside the door?
Yeah.
If we may approach briefly.
Yeah, please.
Nearly 70% of viewers are not subscribed. Please hit the like,
Now,
subscribe if you haven't. Click the bell to get notified of all content. And thank you for being here with us today.
After finding Dawson and taking off the band, what happened next?
I know it's tough
It
to
was back
watch,
and
Lindsay.
forth. I think I went to try to help Cora.
Did you try to give her CPR?
Yeah.
At some point in time, do the first responders make their way down to the basement?
Yeah.
And do they take over care of the children?
Yeah.
Where do you go?
They sent me upstairs.
And at this point, Your Honor, I'd move to submit the 911 call as the next exhibit.
That may be allowed pursuant to the earlier order.
So I'm not sure if there's any testimony before the 911 call is played, but regardless, it's played on mute. So I might skip ahead through this just because
Well,
it's not him speaking.
I do have the 911 call up just in case you wanted me to go through it again,
Or
Rosie.
Dawson
I
and
can,
Colin removed from the home and taken to a hospital.
if you think so, I can do that. If you wanted me to, just throwing it out there.
Yeah, we can do that.
We don't
too.
have to. I'm just saying we can whenever.
Well-
I have it
well-
ready.
This would be the time because this is the right time. So
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Do you want me to here? Let me do this. Or do you want to put it up there and I can just read it from here, or do you want me to?
you better. I don't have it offhand
Okay.
on hand.
Give me 1 second here. Let me do this. All right, and then we'll zoom in on it here as well. Let me take us away to whoop. There we go. Okay. All right. This is the rough transcript of the 911 call. 911, explain how she tried to commit suicide. Multiple voices. Where is she now? Patrick Clancy, stay awake. How old is she? 31 to 33. I don't know. That's weird to me. 911, is she awake? Patrick, yes, she is breathing. Yes. Is she breathing? Yes. Yeah. Patrick, Lindsay, what did you do to your neck? She's talking. 911, when? Patrick, last half hour. 911, how far did she fall? 20 feet. Multiple voices talking over each other. I assume that's him and Lindsay. 911, is she responding normally? Patrick, a little bit. Wake up. 911, what part of the body was injured? Neck. She's breathing. Lindsay, look at me. Look at me. 911, where are there weapons? Patrick, I don't see any. Where are the kids? Multiple voices speaking. 911, don't move her. Open your eyes. Can someone? Okay, Lindsay, look at me. Open your eyes. 911, I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding. Patrick, it's not bleeding. It's open wounds. She's in the backyard. Is there something on your neck? A knife or something? 911, can you put pressure on it? No. Multiple voices. Patrick, Lindsay, wake up. Moaning. Put pressure on the cut. Patrick, Lindsay, look at me. Say my name. She's conscious. 911, don't move her. Tell her to be still. Background whimpering. Sirens in the distance. I'm going to stay on the line with you. Is there a fence? Patrick, right here, right here. I need you to stay. I gotta go check on my kids. Hello. And then footsteps. Guys. Guys. Oh no. Yelling. Oh no. Yelling. Wake up. Screaming. Screaming. 911. What is he screaming about? Crying. Screaming. Gasping. Oh my God. Scream. Scream. 911. Hello, what's going on? Basement. Basement. Oh my God. Hello. Hello. Screaming. 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 Ah, she killed the kids. Oh my God. Screaming. 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 Oh shit. So that is the rough transcript of the 911 call. They did not air it for the public during the trial, even though they did air it for the people in the courtroom. And just reading it, especially, when he finds the kids,
Yeah, that's the worst.
you can only imagine what the audio sounds like,
Yeah.
Was that Beth Israel Deaconess in Plymouth?
Yeah.
And at the hospital, were you able to see your children?
Yeah.
And was Callan then transported to Children's Hospital?
Yeah.
Can you pause it real quick? Lindsay, thank you for the 10 joules. Happy poop. I
seen
see
that before.
I see. I see the emoji. So thank you, Lindsay, for the happy poop. I had to pause. Thank you, Rosie, for doing that.
Did anyone ever tell you not to leave your kids alone with Lindsay?
No.
In January of 2023, did Lindsay ever tell you that she wanted to harm your children?
No.
Did she ever tell you she was going to kill your children?
No.
Did you receive, a few days after this happened, did you receive a phone call from the defendant while she was at Brigham and Women's Hospital?
I think it was like a week or so after, yeah.
And what did the defendant say at that time about what had happened with the children?
She didn't talk about our kids. She talked about what she went through.
And what did she say about what she went through?
She said she heard a man's voice telling her that if she didn't do it now, she would lose her chance or something like that.
And did she also tell you that she had had a moment of psychosis?
I don't recall.
He doesn't
Did she mention
recall.
the children at all during that call?
I don't think so.
She mentions postpartum psychosis. I mean, hello,
Had
that's
she
what
ever
we're
mentioned psychosis to you?
that's what we're talking about during this whole trial, and he doesn't recall her mentioning postpartum psychosis, just like he doesn't recall the Letitia Dukes ever hearing her name. Doesn't recall. It's like, oh, I thought I heard her first name. Not even that. Doesn't recall Letitia Dukes at all.
Yeah. I mean,
That's alarming.
Yeah, it just seems to be the way
How
it is
alone
with
she
him.
must have felt.
Yeah.
Damn.
Before.
No, I didn't know what psychosis was until after this happened.
Did she ever tell you she was hearing a man's voice before?
No.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All
I
right.
just have exhibits
All right.
after.
Counsel, can I see just briefly, sidebar?
Okay, I'm just going to get the next clip ready. Just a moment.
Thank you for being here, Flower. Appreciate you. Appreciate you all being here. Please hit the like and subscribe if you haven't.
You and I have certainly met before, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that I went with you and your brothers, maybe some other people, into your home very shortly after the state police finished with searching and removing what they felt was evidence from the home?
Yes.
And you recall that went into different rooms and looked at different things, and I think I took some photographs and things of that nature. Remember that?
Yeah.
So, if I may, you met Lindsay back when she was in school, or was she working as a nurse?
She was at the MGH Institute.
And the MGH Institute is like Mass General Hospital nursing program, correct?
Correct.
She had some kind of like an accelerated course or something?
Yeah.
Had double major?
Yeah.
Was a very good student?
She was, yeah.
And she, at a relatively young age, got her RN and was a nurse at Mass General, correct?
Correct.
And at Mass General, she was we call it L&D, a labor and delivery nurse, is that it?
Yeah.
Do you remember how many years she worked in Mass General?
I think she started in 2014.
Do you remember when she graduated from nursing school?
6 months earlier.
And were you guys in a relationship then? Or
We were, yeah.
and had you started living together in Southie, or was that before that?
Not in Southie. We didn't live together in Southie. We lived together in Quincy.
Quincy. Tell us a little bit about, you know, Lindsay, obviously, the most. How did she like being a nurse?
She loved it. I think it was her dream.
Would you say that she enjoyed her work and helping people?
Definitely, yeah.
So there's been some commentary here from the government about that she was anxious because she had to go back to work, or she didn't want to go to work, she's lazy, or whatever the case may be.
Objection.
This is sustained. If you could rephrase that.
All right, so I'll strike lazy then. That she didn't want to go back to work, but I believe you said in answer to the DA, there was a reason that you could see that she was anxious about going back to work, correct?
Correct.
Now, was she anxious about going back to work, to your knowledge, because she just didn't want to work?
No.
What was the reason?
She struggled to be away from our kids at a young age.
So when you guys ultimately moved to Duxbury, did you have children then?
Yeah.
And as the years went by, you obviously had more children. Ultimately, you got 3 children, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
You told us about her birth with Cora, and
Yeah.
Cora, it was a bit of a rough birth. Is that right?
Yeah, she didn't have time to get an epidural, and she bled a lot.
Do you, in the years that you lived with Lindsay as boyfriend and girlfriend, fiancés, and then ultimately husband and wife, do you recognize her handwriting?
I haven't seen it in a long time, but so I'm not sure.
Okay. While council's looking at that, is it your understanding, would she take notes or lists and
Yeah,
for work and home and things of that nature?
she would, yeah.
Excuse me. I'm going to approach you, sir, with this document and just ask if you can recognize the handwriting.
Yeah, that looks like her handwriting.
Looks like Lindsay's handwriting?
Yep.
So I'm going to run there after this.
Any objection?
Yes.
All right, if I could see counsel.
That he does, Lindsay. And that's, I like how you put that. Shreddington. I like how she put that. He really is good.
Yeah.
I'd have him defend me
Looking at this,
for damn sure.
what does it appear to be to you, if you know? Does it appear to be notes of deliveries that she was involved with?
Yeah.
You see the first one, what's the date, if you can read it?
It says May 11th, 2015.
And does that indicate, would that, to your knowledge, be when she started working as a labor delivery nurse?
I thought she started a little early, but I'm not sure.
You see the name of the little girl that was born on that date that was her first delivery?
Yeah,
What's the name?
it's Cora.
And is that the reason you guys named Cora?
It was, yeah.
Can you tell the jurors, as a husband living with Lindsay over the years, what kind of a mother was she?
She was very dedicated. She did everything. She started reading them books at 3 months. And she made up songs for them. I remember she used to make green eggs and ham for Cora because she liked that book.
Is that one of the Dr. Seuss books?
Yeah. She brought them to music classes.
You're quite the musician yourself, isn't that right?
I play a few instruments, yeah.
You play guitar.
Yep.
In your home, one of the things that appears to be striking is that almost every room, other than maybe your bed, well, actually a bedroom, but was dedicated to children. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Like you didn't have a fancy dining room, right?
We did not, no.
What did you have in the dining room?
We had the table that I grew up with.
How about stuff on the wall in the different rooms? Did she put things, wall hangings on the walls for the kids?
There was a lot of art projects, stickers, things like that.
That would be hanging from the wall?
Yeah.
One of the photographs that the government had was a photograph that, excuse me, if you can identify first, is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of one of your rooms?
Yeah.
And what room would that be?
That's the playroom.
Right off of this room?
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted. Thank you.
If I may put exhibit 58 up so the jurors and I can see it. There's some kind of like, it looks as though it's boxed out window. So are we standing in the kitchen looking into that room through that boxed out window?
Yeah.
And all those objects, obviously, that are in that room with kids' toys and things of that nature, right?
Right.
Do you recognize this photograph as being just a sample or sampling of kids' rooms?
Yeah.
You know which room that was?
I think it was Dawson's.
Okay, cut off this.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted. All right, thank you.
This one here has a bunch of stickers. It's got Bruce Lightyear, or whatever his name is, over to the right. It's got alphabet, A, B, C, D, things of that nature, correct?
It's Paw Patrol.
Okay. And again, following through on that same theme, you recognize this photograph as well being another portion of that wall?
Yeah.
And what are those, decals?
Yeah, they're just big stickers.
Okay. In the interest of time, Your Honor, I would just say, you also identify this as being one of the kids' walls. Would that be what you were telling us would be art projects?
Yeah,
And they were hanging on the wall?
correct.
Who hung on the wall?
I think Lindsay did.
And would she also take hundreds and hundreds and hundreds?
Hey everyone, I'm just going to talk over them for a minute while they're laying foundation. We spoke a little bit too much in the beginning, so we're a bit short on time, which is why they're going a little faster. But you're not going to miss anything.
Not we, it was me.
No.
I talked too much,
No.
especially in the intro, but I had to spill my brain. By the way, I'm going to say one more thing. We are only 27 subs away from our goal for today of 17.7K. Thank you for being here with us. Hit the like and subscribe buttons for us if you haven't yet. And I will drop Rosie Overtime's link in chat as well. Make sure you go sub up to her, our live reporter over here at the EvilleCJ Media Network. Thank you again for being here with us.
Thank you.
You are familiar with, as your husband, Lindsay's, let's say, use of social media, such as Facebook, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us, would you look at her Facebook a lot in the pictures that she would post?
To be honest, no, not really.
Okay. Are you able to identify any of her postings on Facebook?
Probably.
Okay. Representative, over the years, or a period of time, I'm going to ask if you can identify this particular Facebook.
If we may approach briefly.
Sure, yeah, Council.
Rosie is a real person. Say hi again, Rosie.
Hello. It's me.
No AI. No AI here.
It's difficult, or if you
Not even our thumbnails. There's a lot of those these days too, those AI thumbnails. Holy heck.
I know.
of the Facebook postings that Lindsay would post as a mother of your children. This, for example, would be July of 2018.
Yep.
Can you tell the jurors who that would be?
That's Cora.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you for subbing. Oh, we said it at the same time. Jinx.
Moving forward, say June of 2021. Can you tell us who that?
That's Cora and Dawson.
Again, the end of July 2021.
That's us with Cora and Dawson.
August 2021.
Dawson.
End of August 2021.
It's Cora and Dawson.
You know, those poster boards that they did for Core would be
It's Cora and Dawson.
so cool if you could hang them on your wall, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it sucks to have poster boards from trial, but that is such a
Scoring
cool
awesome.
thing,
Is that
you know?
first day of preschool?
Yeah.
September of 21.
That's Lindsay and Cora.
And was that some kind of like a family fun day, if you recall, when there was like lots of things for kids to get in?
Yeah.
The end of September 21.
Um,
Callan,
no, that's Dawson.
Dawson, okay, September 21. Callan was born when? Sorry.
May 2022.
Okay. And Christmas Eve, December 24th of 2021.
That's Cora's birthday.
Okay, and that's her birthday party that year?
Yeah.
Now, that's 2021, right?
Correct.
Fast forward 1 year, and that would be December, Christmas of 2022, right?
Right.
And was that when you guys had the birthday party for Cora at the trampolines?
No,
When was that?
I believe it was January 7th.
Okay, but that would have been for that particular birthday, right?
That was for the birthday with friends because most people weren't available on Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve, right?
Yeah.
And then down. Again, September 1st of 22. Remember when that was taken?
Yeah, that's with Callan and Dawson.
Was that your yard?
That's in the backyard.
Backyard. This would have been September of 22, obviously right before 23, right?
Right.
And again, for this one here, July of 22, can you tell me, jurors, you guys had a pretty good summer that year?
It was a good summer. Yeah, that was on Cape Cod.
This picture was on Cape Cod?
Yeah.
A couple of points that I wanted to raise, sir, with you. We have an email sent from your, is it Surface Pro? Is that what it's called?
That was my laptop.
Laptop?
Yeah.
I'm going to approach you, sir, and ask if you can identify this as being an email that you sent.
Yeah.
Okay. Right off the bat, Your Honor.
The objection.
I'd just like to know the purpose of
Purpose? I'll
yes.
tell you the purpose.
No,
Get it for sidebar.
sure, yeah.
He said, I'll tell you the purpose. I'll tell you the purpose.
Yeah, he did. He was like, I'll tell you the purpose. I heard that too. Thank you for everyone putting love in chat.
No, thank you for the time and effort for today's show. It's a network thing, you know? It's a team thing.
December 2nd of 2022, that you and your wife went to a fancy hotel in Boston and she had a massage and you both had a big dinner. Do you recall her asking you that question?
Yeah.
And in fact, would you agree, sir, that you did not, in fact, go to a fancy hotel on December 2nd of 22, being a Saturday night before your anniversary, the 3rd? You stayed at home, didn't you?
We did. We stayed at home.
And when you were asked that question by the VA, she wanted the inference to be that Lindsay Clancy in December of 22 was so relaxed that she wanted to have a massage and have a big dinner in a hotel. In fact, she was in her bedroom that night.
Objection.
Sustain. If you could rephrase that.
I'm approaching you with what appears to be
Prayers and be safe, Lindsay.
one of the photographs that the district attorney had showed you yesterday with her in a mask, and I believe the document in the mask. And then, now that photograph, sir, was actually preserved, if you will, on the Laptop Pro computer. Is that right? Did she send that to you?
She sent it to my computer.
Okay.
I don't know.
And where was she? Do you remember when that picture was taken? Let me
I
just show you.
didn't see it.
Yeah. That's what the photograph was.
It looks like they're at the doctor.
At the doctor's office. Okay. And can you tell me the date that that picture, right here in the corner of the top, what date was that picture taken?
It's December 2nd.
Same date that we're talking about, correct? And what
Correct.
time was the picture sent?
12:45 p.m.
Okay. So the jury. So when you're dealing with these things on the computers, it's a little hard sometimes to understand what they're depicting, and I'm having a hard time moving. There it is. All right. Right there, you see that there? That's the date that we're talking about, right?
Right. Just to clarify, though, it looks like that was on an iPhone.
Oh, I'm sorry, iPhone. Okay, it was sent to you then.
Correct.
And it was on December 2nd, the date that the DA was suggesting you were in Boston having massages and dinner, right?
Objection. That was December 3rd.
All right.
It was a jury's memory.
Yeah, if you can answer that.
Do you recall, sir, that she also had sent you the same day, or taken a picture of what appears to be Cora's Christmas list, wish list? Know what that is?
I love that name, Shreddington, Lindsay. I love it.
If you look at the record on that, that was sent.
Wait till day 14. Whew. This is just day 1 and day 2.
December 2nd at 6:13 p.m.
6:13 p.m. And then finally, if you look at the metadata that is apparently buried in the photograph, it gives latitude and longitude of where the photograph was taken. Is that right? Are you familiar with metadata, I would imagine? Why I can't do this?
The tape on the thing tells you where to put it.
Yeah, that's our address.
Okay. And that would be the metadata with the latitude and the longitude and shows you where these photos were taken, correct?
Correct.
Not these, Ron?
So I think we had Exhibit 76. They're making a copy of that. Do you want to mark that? I don't know if we marked that yet. That was the earlier one, just so everybody can keep this straight. And this latest email would be Exhibit 77.
That would be the letter, the email? Yeah, the email right here. Yes. sir, Exhibit 76 is an email from you to, we'll kind of delete the people that are on the email, but they to mark it as an exhibit. Let me approach you. Does it indicate the date and the time? At the very top, you sent that email to your staff members.
It does, yep.
Tell the jurors what the date was.
It's January 24th at 5:24.
That was sent from your Surface Pro?
I don't know, actually. It could have been sent from my iPhone.
That would be exhibit 76.
Now, when was Callan born?
May 26, 2022.
My memory serves that it was a good birth. It was not easy birth, but I mean, there were no complications.
There were no complications.
And were both of you very happy with Callan being born healthy? And
Yeah, you felt very lucky.
And then in that summer of 22, you had one of the best summers that you've had, right?
Yeah.
What happened in September, October of 2022?
Lindsay's mental health started to deteriorate.
And when you say that, sir, what is it that you, as her husband, observed?
Just increased stress and anxiety.
And did she, as a result of that, go to see or reach out for help to see someone?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe it was Jennifer Tufts.
Now, Jennifer Tufts is a psychiatrist.
Yeah.
And where is she located?
I never went to her office. Somewhere on the South Shore.
Do you remember when Lindsay went to see Jennifer Tufts?
I don't remember the exact date. I think it was sometime in September. Oh, I wasn't really involved at the beginning of Jennifer Tufts.
Of course.
Okay. Can we pause that for one moment, please?
That the different.
I want to pause that for a moment, and I'll be quick, everybody. Okay. That's when it started. At the beginning of when Jennifer Tufts started treating her is when he started not being involved.
Yeah.
So we are literally talking September, right, Rosie? September of 2022, because she became a patient of Jennifer Tufts in August?
Yeah. I
Or
think so.
was it, or wait. That's when she started working at the facility and had only had a month experience and then saw Lindsay in September. I think that's what it is. September 2022. Started in August, saw her in September. So literally from September 22, October 22, November 22, December 22, in January of 23. 5 months he was not involved. That's a hell of a lot longer than what I initially thought was maybe a month and a half, like we talked about at the beginning of this breakdown. 5 freaking months this dude was not involved. I think that is a huge contributing factor to her mental decline. And it's no wonder now, at the timestamp of 4:38, it's no wonder now why he overblew his love for her. 5 months. That's a major contributing factor as far as I'm concerned.
And it does fit, not exactly, but it fits more or less with the baby's age as well, of him starting to.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a realization. Because, see, this is why we're doing this again, the full testimony re-air breakdown. Because now, back on day 1, day 2, something like that's not going to go poof. But after we've heard everything and everything going on the last 13 days of this trial, these things start to reveal stuff that we just, not of our own, we weren't knowledgeable. But now that we have more knowledge, now we can look back at these things, the answers, how they're answered, the quality. And we can dig a little deeper. And right here, I think we just found out when he backed away emotionally from Lindsay. And that's a shame because now we've heard through the testimonies the last 13 days, the things that she was going through. Let's go back to what she was saying in September when she first started seeing Jennifer. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Definitely a major contributing factor. I think we
Mm.
just discovered that now.
Yeah, I agree.
difficulties or the trouble, so to speak, began in.
Thank you for being here. Please hit the like and subscribe if you haven't.
Yeah, it was
Let
pretty
us know what
gradual.
you think.
But do you remember when the DA asked you yesterday whether or not you used your computer to Google suicide in, I think it was August of 22? Do you remember her asking you that question?
Yes.
And do you remember your response?
No, honestly.
You didn't Google that, did you?
I don't think I did, no.
No. But I'm going to show you, sir, a web history of your computer. Have in mind that the question was asked of you as to whether or not in August of 22 you Googled suicide. You responded no, right?
Correct.
The inference being, I guess, that back in August of 22, she would have Googled it, apparently, right?
Sure.
You know a guy named Tim Hall?
I think you mean Tom Hall.
Yeah, Tom Hall, I apologize. Who's Tom Hall?
I don't think he
He's a,
believed her.
Musical artist.
So what artist?
I don't think he believed her. I think he thought that she was making it up. Because why would, like he just brought up, why, you searched it, not her. And she would have, right? Let's think about that. It was him, not her. You would think it would have been her. I'm wondering if he was looking this stuff up because he's like, is this even real? Is she just making this up because she doesn't want to go back to work?
Well, that's also problematic because if that is the case, then him sort of, I'm not saying pretending, but him appearing to be so uninformed won't work so well if he was informing himself of these things as well.
Plausible deniability. I don't want to know.
Yeah.
So I don't have to know.
A musical, like a country artist.
Country. Is he like a guitar playing guy or singer?
Yeah, was.
When you say was, what happened to him?
He committed suicide.
And I'm going to show you, sir, your Surface Pro records back in August of 22. You recall Googling the name Tom Hall so you could access one of his new albums and new records.
I do remember briefly listening to Tom Hall's music.
Now you've never seen, you haven't seen this document before, correct?
Correct.
Right?
I remember briefly. I thought it was his favorite band.
Our computer record stuff. You get a print of all the sites that somebody would go on, Google, Wikipedia, things like that.
Right.
If you can look to the right.
Yep.
Down a little bit. You see, I think it says Tom Hall.
Yeah.
What does it say on it?
Interesting.
It says his Wikipedia page.
You see here? So here we've got so that shows you when somebody Googles and then it goes to Wikipedia. And see where up above it says suicide methods?
Yeah.
Now you didn't, as you said to the DA, you didn't Google suicide methods, right?
I didn't Google suicide methods, no.
But in fact, sir, when you Googled Tom Hall, it took you to the Wikipedia page and it said that he died, right?
He did, yeah.
And then you clicked on the Wikipedia page and it went into a hyperlink. You know what a hyperlink is? I imagine you
Yeah.
know hyperlink.
Yeah.
What is a hyperlink? Just so I...
So like in Wikipedia, it would be a word that's highlighted in blue and it goes to a website.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, that as you move down on your searches that afternoon, if you were looking at Tom Hall, that it brought you to ways to commit suicide,
Huh.
Tom Hall, Google search again, Tom Hall, all on that date at the same time. And you were just looking to see about the guy because he killed himself, right?
Yeah, I think
Huh.
so. Yeah.
Right off of this.
Yeah, I think so. You don't even remember, bro? You don't even remember why you were looking it up. Oh, I kind of recall it. But he did die of suicide. And then he looked it up. How does any of that make sense?
I'm not sure. Uh, uh,
I
yeah, I have
don't. I
no
mean,
idea.
you're looking it up because he. What?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and yeah, yeah, that's when they're talking about. They had just talked about this in the testimony, day 12 or 13. They were going through this stuff because the prosecution was trying to persuade the jury that Lindsay was actually searching these, and then shout out to Lindsay Shreddington. Started tearing it down and breaking it all down. It's like, no, she couldn't have. This was him. Isn't it weird how he's the one searching up all this stuff? And again, back to this, what he just said. What I don't understand. We're talking in August here. I don't understand why we're looking that up, and that's the reason why. It just is. It's not making sense. The analytics ain't falling together in my brain here. Like it's not happening. I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm not fully understanding it either. I don't know. When the prosecution brought it up, he just immediately said that no, it wasn't him who looked it up, and they didn't even go into any of this kind of Wikipedia links and stuff
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
And then he took a drink of water. I mean, when have we seen him take a drink of water as well? During this questioning, he did. Very interesting.
Can I just see the packet?
Again,
I still don't get that.
Well, it's an email from his
Just
exec, not us.
just take a look at it and we'll kind of go from there. Hold on a second.
While she's looking at that, I just asked her, what is a URL? What does that mean?
Hold on a second. Wait, she gets a chance to finish.
Yes, I would object.
If I could see, Council.
RI antidepressant. Now, counsel had asked you about whether or not Lindsay was on Zoloft or any SSRI antidepressant medication in the past. Do you remember that question?
Yeah.
Do you remember her asking about that you were having a conversation with her and she said that she was going on Zoloft and that she had already been to Tufts, or was it Tufts that she got the script from?
Correct.
Okay. She told you that, right?
Yeah.
She didn't hide that from you, right?
No.
And you were at a wedding. Is that right? You're walking down the street, the two of you together, like at the end of the night. She basically told you that she had to use the meds.
It was earlier in the day. It was before the wedding, but yeah.
Okay. And do you recall how, to your observation, how dedicated was she to taking her medications as instructed by the numerous doctors that she ultimately saw?
She always took them as instructed.
Do you remember, did she in fact have a diary that she kept of the milligrams, the type of medication, the date that she took the medication, and what, if any, reactions that she had to it? Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And do you remember where that was kept? Did she keep it in any particular place?
I think she kept it in the kitchen.
In the kitchen. So I'm going to show you a photograph that the state police took in your house. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the kitchen?
Yeah.
So that kind of shows a bunch of books that are in like a cabinet or something, right?
Right.
I'm going to show you this enlarged spine, if you will, of a book.
I don't recall seeing this.
Would you agree, sir, that this book is, in fact, the same book, the same coloring that was in the bunch of books in the kitchen?
Yeah.
And on this book, you see what the caption of the book is.
Yeah, it says good moms have scary thoughts.
And I'm going to approach you with this document, sir, which would be a number of pages from the book, the cover of the book, and the inside of the book. Just, you've never seen that before, though?
Don't recall seeing this.
So with that understanding, Your Honor, I will not offer this at this time.
Hold on. Counsel, come up. If you could, Mr. Rank, if you could show what it is that you
I'm sorry, you said you're not offering it?
Oh, don't have the foundation.
Okay.
Any objection?
No.
Okay.
So can I put it in?
Yes. that's
Oh, okay, great, thank you.
No objection to him not offering it.
All right.
If I could just look at it, there,
Yeah.
there may
Why
not.
don't we do this? Why doesn't everybody come over here with that? We can kind of figure out where we go.
No sidebars today. Thank you, Rosie, for all your hard work.
You're
Who was the
welcome.
next
Thank
doctor,
you
if you
too.
recall, that Lindsay went to consult with?
Julie Paul.
And is this a doctor or a nurse practitioner?
I don't remember with Julie Paul. It was very brief.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that Julie Paul was at South Shore?
Yeah, correct.
And Julie Paul was a friend of your mother's, is that right?
Yeah, I think they were acquaintances. Yeah.
And your mother was a nurse also at South Shore Hospital.
I think they're acquaintances. He doesn't even know that.
And your mother was good enough to refer Lindsay to this person to consult with, right?
Yeah, I don't think it was a formal referral. I think she just said this is a specialist that you might want to talk with.
All right. And did she go to see the specialist?
Yeah.
And did you go with her, or was this a?
No, I never met
Should
Julie
check
Paul.
myself up. Were these like in-person meetings? or
No,
were they
he
like
quit being
phone,
involved in
Zoom
August and
meetings
September.
Most of the meetings were Zoom. The only in-person that I'm aware of was with Rebecca Gelada.
Rebecca Gelada. Okay. And that was because you insisted on it, right?
I thought it was warranted at that time, yeah.
Right, because you were pretty much at your wit's end with the 15-minute Zooms, and you wanted to sit down eyeball to eyeball and talk to this person, right?
I hadn't attended any prior to that. I just wanted to get clarification. I wanted to see if we could get on the same page.
All right. So now, Lindsay's on Zoloft from Dr. Tufts, the psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
And then that runs into when she goes to see Nurse Paul.
Can you clarify?
What was it?
Can you clarify what you're asking?
Yeah, what month? When was it that she saw Nurse Paul?
Maybe October, but I'm not sure.
Okay. When she saw Nurse Paul, do you remember where she saw Nurse Paul, or was it a video thing?
I don't know. I wasn't involved.
Okay. Did Nurse Paul prescribe medication to her?
Wasn't involved.
A lot if he knows.
I don't know off the top of my head.
All right. Do you recall whether or not, to your opinion, that she had any reactions to the Zoloft that she had been placed on by Dr. Tufts?
I don't know any observations that were made.
Right, so it's not guesswork, it's observations, anything you saw and observed.
Yeah, it seemed to align with her insomnia symptoms.
Now, the insomnia, inability to sleep, was that a significant problem from your observations with her?
Yeah, it was a huge problem.
And when you say huge problem, was there one point when she was on medication from Tufts that in fact she had gone 48 hours, I think, without sleep?
Yeah.
And that was disturbing to her?
Yeah, and it was just hard to function.
And how about you? Was it disturbing to you?
I just wanted her to get sleep and feel better.
Now, during that period of time, she then went and saw the next doctor, a nurse practitioner, which we talked about, which would be Nurse Practitioner Paul at South Shore, right?
Right.
Now, after seeing Nurse Practitioner Paul, if you remember, or no, did you observe, did she seem to get better or did she seem to get worse?
It would be hard to say. I think it was a week at most. So it's really hard to say in that short a time frame.
Sure. And when you say a week at most, you mean that's like she was seeing Nurse Practitioner Paul for about a week?
Yeah, and I mean, she may have only seen her once. It was very brief, and then she got reassigned somewhere, so.
And the reason, if you know, that she got reassigned somewhere would be Nurse Practitioner Gelada, right?
Right.
Same practice, right?
Right.
And the reason was because Paul moved on to another job, right?
Right.
So Lindsay wasn't out doctor hunting. She was referred by the nurse practitioner that was referred to you guys by your mom because Paul was leaving, right?
Yeah, she just switched doctors in the same practice.
All right. Now she sees Dr. Gelada, right?
Right.
Did Dr. Gelada, to your knowledge, put her on medication?
Yeah.
And what was the medication, if you know?
Mainly Seroquel and benzodiazepines, Advan.
No, benzodiazepines. They're addictive, right?
Apparently.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
And a benzo would be, for example, Ativan, correct?
Correct.
Now, Seroquel, she was placed on Seroquel as well. Is that correct?
Right.
And to your observation, again, you're not a doctor, what you saw of your wife, was she affected positively or negatively by the Seroquel that she was on?
It appeared that she was affected very negatively, and she's reporting that that she was getting worse on the Seroquel.
And do you know, did she report that to Dr. Gelada?
Yeah.
When she would consult with Dr. Gelada, prior to you actually going, do you know, were they all on video? If you know.
I believe, yeah, they were all on Zoom.
Okay. Do you have any opinion for the jury as to approximately how long these meetings on Zoom would be with the nurse practitioner?
Probably around 20 minutes.
At some point, do you recall that you went with Lindsay to see Dr. Gelada? Is that right?
Yes.
And do you remember, if you remember, when that was?
Early December.
In early December of 2022, can you tell the jury from your observations, how did Lindsay appear? How was she acting? How was she faring?
She was extremely sleep deprived and just highly anxious.
Was there a number of occasions that you would actually see her on the sofa, rocking back and forth with her head under a pillow?
Yeah.
Did you report that and other symptoms to Dr. Gelada?
Lindsay did.
So when was it, if you recall, that you went and saw Dr. Gelada with your wife, person to person?
When was it?
Yep.
Early December. I think it was December 6th.
And do you remember, you have a pretty good memory about this, do you remember what medication she was prescribed by Gelada?
Coming out of that meeting?
Yep.
Yeah, she increased the Seroquel significantly. And then she prescribed her Valium to help taper off of the benzos.
Taper off the benzos?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, did Lindsay go to doctors to seek out benzodiazepines or drugs just because she was a drug addict?
No. Lindsay, I think, wanted to. She definitely didn't want to take any more benzodiazepines, and definitely didn't want to take any more Seroquel. I think that it wasn't really a matter of trying to get off the medication; it was just trying to get on the right medication.
Okay. Let's say mid-December. What observations, if any, heading up towards Christmas, did you guys endure?
She seemed to get worse. The Seroquel was increased to 400 milligrams.
400?
Yep. And,
by Dr. Gelada?
Yeah. And the idea behind that was it would help with sleep, but she didn't get better. She got worse.
Do you recall that at one point she went to a place called Women's and Infants
Yeah.
in Rhode Island?
Right.
Women and Infants Center for Women's Behavioral Health.
How does he all of a
Recall that?
sudden know so much
Do you
now?
remember when she actually went to Women's Behavioral Health?
Sometime in mid-December. I don't know the exact date.
All right. So if I suggest to you, sir, that I have certified copies of the Women and Infants medical records indicating that on December 20th of 2022, that was the day that you dropped her off at Women. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer the certified copies of the Women and Infants hospital records.
Would object. We don't have a copy of those.
All right.
You don't have them?
Could I see everybody here?
He's like,
Yeah.
you
Went to
don't
that
have these?
place? So, Mr. Clancy, do you remember that day, December 20th of 2022, that she
Yeah.
went to that place? How did she get there?
I drove her.
And do you remember dropping her off?
Yeah.
Do you remember what her state of mind was to go there? Was she scared? Was she happy? Was she?
I think she was scared.
Do you remember what you did that day?
I took Dawson skiing.
And where did you go skiing?
What shoots it?
At some point in the afternoon, did you receive a phone call?
Yeah.
Was it from Lindsay?
Yeah.
And as a result of the phone call, what did you do?
She said that you need to come pick me up, and the doctors here want to talk to you, have you come in and talk for a bit.
Okay. Did you go and talk to him?
Yeah.
Do you remember who you talked to?
I don't remember their names.
Do you remember the conversation? Did you describe or indicate what her symptoms were at that point in December 20th, 2022?
Yeah, the conversation was they didn't.
Objection. Sorry. Sustained at this time.
Did the people at Women's and Infants Facility in Rhode Island prescribe any medication to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
Did they provide any counseling or anything?
I think they tried to, but they felt that it wasn't the right fit for Lindsay.
Do you recall that in fact it was because of the drugs? They weren't sure what symptomology would be because of the drugs?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall whether or not the people at Women and Infants in Rhode Island reached out to Dr. July?
Objection.
I don't think so.
If he knows.
I don't think they did, no.
And was it one day or half a day that she went to Women and Infants in Rhode Island?
It was a half a day.
Half a day. So after you pick her up and you bring her home, it's now you and the kids and Lindsay, and it's days before Christmas, right?
Yeah, and her parents were there.
Why were her parents there?
They were visiting, trying to help out, and I took Dawson to Wachusett, so they stayed home with Cora and Kellen.
Now, during that time frame in December of 22, maybe a little bit before, maybe after Thanksgiving, did your mom and dad and Lindsay's parents come to your house and try to help out with the kids?
Yeah, I think it was separately though.
Yeah, of course it would be separate. I mean, what would they do?
Just be there, help out, play with them, to get takeout, play Scrabble.
Did Lindsay's mother and father actually stay there and sleep in the basement for
They did, yeah.
time? Were you aware personally? Let me back up. You and Lindsay, as husband and wife, would in effect sleep in the same bedroom. Is that correct?
Yeah.
There was an occasion, though, that she said to you about you go downstairs, and then I think she ended up downstairs.
Yeah, for the purposes of her getting better sleep.
And for her purposes of getting better sleep, were you aware that on one occasion she used a gummy, a sleep aid gummy? Did you know that?
I don't recall that, but we did have them in the house.
Okay.
So.
Now, to your knowledge, was Lindsay a person that liked to smoke the weed, use the CBDs, oils, and all that stuff, or did she not imbibe in that?
No, she didn't smoke.
So you had these gummies in the house, sleep aid, right?
I mean, some people might call them a sleep aid.
Okay. Heading into the holidays of 22, do you recall where you spent Christmas?
I think it was at our house. We celebrated Cora's birthday. And then I think we actually went down to Wallingford, Connecticut to be with her parents after.
Her parents?
Yeah.
Okay. And then heading into January of 23, who did she then see for doctors or nurse practitioners, if you know?
After she got back from McLean?
Yes.
She switched back to Jennifer Tufts.
Now, before she switches back to Tufts in January, on New Year's of 2022, 2023, you guys drive to Boston, go to MGH, and ultimately she turns herself into McLean Hospital, right?
Right.
Now, McLean Hospital is basically a locked ward facility, correct?
Correct.
Was she allowed to just wander around and leave the place whenever she wanted?
She couldn't leave, but
Couldn't leave.
inside she could go to different areas.
Can you tell the jury what her state of mind was as she went to McLean Hospital with her husband on New Year's 23 at that point?
She was scared. She didn't want to go. But I think it was the second time we went to the ER, and I said, you have to go.
Now at McLean Hospital, I know you visited with her, is that
Yeah.
correct? District Attorney asked you yesterday about the excellent care that she was provided with all these counselors and therapists, and you indicated that it was your understanding that she was playing with clay and coloring, right?
Right.
Can you describe for the jury what McLean was like to you as a husband visiting his wife? In other words, were there doctors, were there nurses, were there people in the hallways?
What I saw was looked like mainly nurses. It was the tail end of COVID, so they were mostly behind this plastic covered area. And it could have been just the time of day that I visited, but people were hanging around, watching TV, playing with clay.
Do you know whether or not she saw a doctor, a psychiatrist, ultimately from McLean Hospital?
I was not aware of that. The only one I was aware of it was the doctor on the second to last or final day.
And what was that, Dr. Goodhart?
Yeah.
And did you speak to Dr. Goodhart?
I ended up calling her. I wanted to see what her evaluation was. So I gave her a call and we spoke, and she said, she's clearly depressed.
Sustained.
Okay. So you spoke to Dr. Goodhart.
Yeah.
Did Dr. Goodhart, to your knowledge, prescribe any medication?
I think she recommended medication, and then
How many medications did she recommend?
I don't know if she recommended multiple. I want to say it was Cymbalta, but she said, check with your doctor and make a decision.
So when Lindsay left, it was because she wanted to leave one day early because of Cora's birthday. Is that right?
I didn't think it was. I don't think it was one day early. I think she had a 5-day stay, which at the time was my understanding was that was pretty standard. And yeah, she did want to attend Cora's birthday.
So there's no doubt, sir, in your mind that when she was discharged from McLean, that you got these right? McLean. Yeah. That when she was discharged from McLean Hospital, it was not against medical advice. The doctors gave her ill health and let her go with you, right?
Right.
And offer the McLean records.
Any objection?
No.
All right, they may be admitted.
Now, when you go to the hospital and you get out of the hospital, they give you a bag and you've got medications and a little card and says, thank you for being here, stuff like that. Did you guys get anything from McLean at all?
I don't think so.
Did you get any recommendations other than the doctor suggesting that you might want to try Cymbalta? Did they give you a script?
I don't think so.
You know what Cymbalta was?
No.
You remember Dr. Goodhart telling Lindsay to Google it?
I think that's accurate.
Yeah. In fact, she Googled hundreds of times.
Yeah.
Medication, right?
Yeah.
So when you guys go home, and now it's January, obviously.
When does a
you had the
doctor
party
tell you
for
to
Cora,
Google?
correct?
Yeah.
You guys had friends.
Okay,
When does
so
a doctor tell you to Google it?
I wanted to pause it and ask that exact question, but then I was like, wait, what if that's normal in America? Let me not say anything. So it's not. I'm glad that's not normal, but like.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I'm like, when does your doctor just Google it?
No, yeah.
You tell me. You tell
Right.
me what. You know what I'm saying? What the hell is that? Oh, contribution, call out Lindsay, the 250 Jules clapping seal. Thank you so much. I see the clapping seal on the YouTube feed. I had to pull it up since they're not showing the jewel emojis. Thank you so much, Lindsay. Yeah, when have you? Let me know in chat or replay if you're on replay. Let me know. Have you ever had a doctor tell you to just Google it? I don't know. It's weird to me.
It is weird.
Thank you all for being here. Please subscribe if you haven't. Hit that like button too for us. We appreciate you.
But just before I press play, it's also kind of weird for doctors to be giving like recommendations or suggestions of what you should do. Like I feel like they should just prescribe something and be like, this is what you need to take, and this,
Yeah, and Google it.
Yeah, Google
it.
Google
Yeah.
it and let me know.
Yeah. Here, just try this and just Google it if you want to know what it's for. Like, is that where we're at?
Yeah.
Over friends that you guys knew?
Friends came to the party, which was at a place in Plymouth.
Would you agree with me that Lindsay had a number of friends from actually grammar school through high school through college that she stayed in touch with over the years?
Yep.
And you as well?
Yep.
And they're good friends. Like you still would see them and you guys would do dinner and things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
Actually, one of your friends, I think it was one of your friends, it might have been one of her friends, actually named her in January or around that time frame to be godmother or take care of their child if anything bad happened to them and they were dead, right? Remember that?
My brain has been foggy for the last couple of years, but
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. In January, as time went by, do you recall that she would actually continue to take notes of her medications that she was taking, right?
That sounds like something Lindsay would do.
Kept a diary or a little log, right?
Yep.
I'm approaching you, sir, with this and asking if you can identify this.
Yes.
And when you say yes, and I'll put it on the little screen, what is it?
It's the dosage of medication that she took and how she's feeling.
So this is kind of like a little medical diary that she was keeping.
Yeah.
For example, here you see on that 5 milligrams Valium, 200 Seroquel, slept well, horrible thoughts in the morning, right?
Yeah.
And did she at some point, I think the DA had asked you, I'm going to offer this, Your Honor, if I may.
Any objection?
No.
That may be admitted.
Thank you. there was an occasion where she told you, in the presence of her mother, that she was having horrible thoughts, right?
Right.
And you told us about that yesterday. And it was quite an emotional thing for her to do that, right?
Right.
After that time frame, you continued on. You were working in the basement, right?
Yeah.
I shouldn't say basement. It was a finished place, right?
Finished basement, yeah.
And that was where you worked on a regular basis. Is that right?
Yeah.
Would that be a 40-hour week or longer?
It varied, but yeah, roughly 40 hours.
And I know it was maybe COVID, tail end of COVID, but one of the other reasons that you did that was so you could be home and help out. Is that right?
Yeah, I worked from home since 2018.
Okay.
But yeah, I built an office down there.
So you were always there?
Yeah.
Not always, but you were down there when you would work?
When I wasn't traveling, yeah, I was there.
Okay. So when would you travel? Tell us about that.
I really didn't travel actually much during COVID, just towards the end and once in November.
November of what year?
2022.
November of 2022.
But before that, I traveled extensively.
Let's look at November of 2022. November of
Yeah.
2022 was a month before she was telling
When you met your new wife.
She was having thoughts about hurting children, right?
Right.
It's November of 2022, and you traveled. Where did you travel to?
New York.
And how long?
Where his girlfriend lived.
Oh, he said New York.
Yeah.
And who took care of
Oh my
the
God.
kids?
Where his new wife lives.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's where he met his new wife.
Oh.
That's when he met his new wife.
So for 2 days, 2 nights, a month, and a week.
Uh-huh.
So before she killed the children, she was home with the kids for 2 days. Is that right?
Right.
Uh-huh.
Fair to say that you also had your friends that you would do brunch with on occasion, Sundays or weeknights or whenever, guys night type thing?
Yep.
And you'd be out with your friends. If she wanted to kill the kids, she certainly could have done it that time when you're out, right?
In theory.
As opposed to sending you on a 3-minute trip to CVS and a 9-minute trip to a restaurant. You were away for 2 days in November and on a number of occasions for brunch as well as skiing, right? You're a pretty active guy.
Yeah.
Pretty active, huh?
I'm going to approach you, sir, and one of the books that was in the kitchen cabinet, I believe. So, you remember? You ever saw this one?
I don't think so.
But is it fair to say, sir, that she had a number of books, about parenting and things like that? But this one here was pregnancy and postpartum anxiety workbook. Did she have workbooks that you were aware of, or work diagrams and things like that?
She had books of different sorts.
So you can't identify this as being in the kitchen, right?
I don't recall seeing that book. No.
That might
Yeah.
have anxiety. Sure.
Yep, that's my guess
By the
too,
way,
Lindsay. It's just convenient, isn't it? Went to a trip in New York. My wife is from New York. I moved to New York, New York, New York. Thank you for being here.
Depression and anxiety patient information sheet.
Please hit the like and subscribe if you haven't. We got 2 trials on Monday. Lindsay Clancy, 8 a.m. Tupac Shakur trial, noon Eastern. Both of them will be Monday. We'll be live streaming 2 trials on Monday. Make sure you say hi to both of us. Make sure you turn that noti bell to all too, so you get notified of all live streams and video uploads.
Now, sir, I'm looking at this item. It's got a bunch of flowers on the front. Appears to be a notebook. So your understanding that the state police went in your house and they seized all sorts of items, such as this?
Yep.
So we don't have originals that the police do. These
Right.
are copies. They're inaccurate?
Yeah.
Is that the caption that you were referring to?
Yes.
Postpartum depression and anxiety.
Yes.
And at the end of this particular document, you would agree, sir, that it has writing?
Yeah.
And whose writing is that?
Lindsay's.
And is this like a book or notes that she would take, documenting on a daily basis any effect that she had from postpartum?
It appears to be the case.
Yeah. Your Honor, I would offer the records of Dr. Jennifer Tufts, Astor Mental Health records.
No
Oh,
objection.
all right, they may be admitted.
I'm going to have to, I think, maybe talk to the DA about this because I do have a lot of tabs and notes in this one. I know we have clean copies, right?
We have a clean copy we're planning to admit,
All right,
so that's
good,
not a problem.
okay.
So we'll enter that, and then before we can then substitute it with a clean copy.
John, can I see the exhibit? One of the things you had identified yesterday was the document that you obtained from CVS, is that correct?
Yes.
It sets forth all of the medications that were purchased by Lindsay, by prescription from the physicians that she had seen during that period of time, correct?
Correct.
And
I was gonna actually just pause that for a second, just a second, in case anybody wanted to actually see the long list of medications or the amount, at least. I think it's a bit
Right.
blurry, but you can see how much it is.
Yes.
it sets forth all
30
the medications
prescriptions.
purchased by
Oh, hold on. Let me remove. There we go.
Let me see. I'll give it 1 sec. Hold on.
Lindsay, by
Yeah, that's a lot.
Right. Just in that few month period, too.
Yeah, there's even dates where you can see the time frame between them, and wow, yeah.
Whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
prescription from
Thank you all for being here.
had seen during that period of time, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated yesterday that the police had seized a number of pill bottles, and then you also had a number of pill bottles, is that right?
Right.
And the pill bottles that you had, do you recall, what were the circumstances that you had them in a bag in your car?
The reason I have them in a bag is because sometimes a provider would adjust medications. So, for example, I do remember Lindsay had a prescription of Ativan, and then a few days later, they wanted to increase the dosage because it wasn't effective. So what they would do is they would say, give that old prescription to your husband, he'll discard it, and then continue taking from the new prescription.
When DA yesterday went through that there were scripts and there were pills on the 30 count, but then there's 27 and 3 were gone, that's because she wasn't taking her medication. That's not the case. It's what you were told to do. Right?
Correct. Yeah. Without that context, it paints a different picture.
Exhibit 2 would be the pills that you had turned in, I believe. Is that correct? In your bag, in your car?
Right.
I know you can't tell me what it's in the bag.
I remember it's Exhibit 2, though.
Okay. Wednesday, January 24th, one of the troopers located 4 medication bottles, and at some point on the 26th, at about 2:30 in the afternoon, bottles were then documented by the police. When was it, if you know, that you turned these items in to the police?
I believe it was after the event. I don't remember the exact date, but I remember I told him I do have other prescriptions in my truck still, and I gave them to him.
Okay. So the police already went in with a search warrant. They already seized all the drugs that they could find in the house, in the kitchen, in the bedroom. Were there drugs in the kitchen, by the way?
Yeah.
They're all over the place, right?
Yeah.
And they seized them, right?
Yeah.
And then you, to be cooperative, told the police that you also had pills in your car, and you went to the DA's office and gave them to Attorney Sprague and the state police, right?
Right. But to be clear, those were discontinued prescriptions.
These are the ones like.
I don't know if I'm overreacting, but I'm still coming back to the fact that they have little kids, and he's just saying that there were pills everywhere. There was like,
Right.
it's irrelevant to the case. I know it's not. Like, it has nothing to do with what we're trying to look at today, but I just can't believe it still. I mean, I don't even leave like over-the-counter headache medicine near my cat. Like, it's so weird to me.
Or even candy just setting out for the kids, you know? You're not even leaving candy out. Like, God forbid one of them thinks it's candy.
That she stopped.
Correct.
All right. And then you had new prescriptions, or there were new prescriptions that were prescribed to her, right?
Yes.
Now, when I met with you in the house, long after the state police had gone and finished their search, you recall that we went up to the bedroom and I removed this from the nightstand right next to the bed.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what that is? What is this? Is it
That's the drawer that goes into the nightstand.
And inside the drawer, sir, do you recall that there were a number of items that, let's see, Trazodone, Lindsay Clancy,
What's up, Sophie?
prescribed
New York.
Creatinine, January. Creatinine, 100 milligrams, prescribed for Lindsay Clancy, December 21st. Lorazepam, they're all empty too, right?
Yep.
These are what she shot down with that lemonade or water or whatever was in the cup that she ground up these pills, right? Lamotrigine, prescribed to Lindsay Clancy, December 16th, 22. Mirtazapine, prescribed to Lindsay Clancy, January 23. Those are in this drawer.
Damn, he's slamming those bottles down too.
Yep.
There's something else that was in the drawer. You recognize that?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's her Apple Watch.
Her Apple Watch. This is the Apple Watch that apparently the police used to go up the stairs, downstairs, heart rate, things of that nature, right?
Yep.
They never even seized it, did they? They left it in the drawer, right?
Apparently.
Didn't even seize that. Whoa!
What is this item, sir? If you can identify that for us.
He just tossed the watch,
Face
but they,
mask.
yeah, they didn't even seize the watch.
Yep.
Now, you had mentioned something, I think, about pillow spray. What is it?
She bought some pillow spray. It apparently helps you sleep.
And did you see her using that on a regular basis?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, she did.
I would offer a drop.
I could just see.
Yeah.
I think you.
And I think there's a watch on the side there.
They have to pick up after him.
Oh my god, I can't believe he just tossed it.
Just tidy up after Reddington.
I did.
As one exhibit. Okay.
I didn't remember him just tossing it. I didn't even remember that.
I didn't either. I think this was kind of the stage where, for me at least, I know I was just listening because I had other stuff to work on, and I remember everything he said, but I didn't get that visual of him.
Right. Yeah.
And the
Yeah,
judge
just-
having to be like, "Can you just get that watch?" Or
Well, I wish they would have showed the judge. I wonder if the judge did one of these, like, just jump back or something. And yes, major fail by the police. How did they not take that Apple Watch? You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that in later testimony they said that they didn't need it because there was an app on the phone which they did take and it showed all the data. But I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I mean,
Technology isn't always 100. You think?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
hey, whatever. It's not
Yeah.
my investigation.
Reference to the Apple Watch, sir. How many Apple Watches did she have? If you know?
We do our own investigations, by the way. Check out our boots on the ground footage.
Correct.
And the drugs that were in the drawer, the empty drugs in the pill bottles from January, December, 22, 23. The police never seized it, did they?
No.
I'm showing you an item, sir. It's like a little green vase. You ever seen that before?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
Objection. You could go to side.
Yeah, basically, counsel sidebar, please.
Practitioner,
No sidebars here.
keep a nighttime dump diary.
Sidebar free zone.
Write them down so that she had something that she could refer to.
Not that I'm aware of.
You ever see her writing notes in your diary or like a thing with dates on it, November 23rd, for example, things of that nature?
I knew she kept notes, but I didn't see her doing it.
Show you this document, I ask, that appears to be your handwriting.
Yeah.
And does that contain indication as to her state of mind, particular date or dates thereafter?
Yeah.
Just take a look at the other page. Well, handwriting.
Yep.
You want to write what this?
Como?
Please.
And I got it from the state police, so it's assumed you guys got it.
No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
I'm going to show you another document, sir. It used to be a document. You recognize her handwriting? That document with dates, September 29th, September 22.
Yes.
And does that appear to, can you tell us what that appears to be, sir, if you know?
Looks like a schedule for Kellen.
And the schedule for Cal, that would be, what, like when he's eating or sleeping or something like that?
Yeah, naps. Yeah.
So for example, where it says September 29th, 22, and then it makes reference to Callan, last fed with a time frame, and then there's a bunch of pages like that go forward on those dates. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Put him down for a nap, 9:35 with a smiley face, things like that, right?
Right.
Is this typical for Lindsay that she would document these things as a new mother?
Yeah.
Was she being controlling, in your opinion, of her child and of you by doing this schedule?
No, I found it helpful.
Any objection?
No
All
objection.
right, that may be admitted.
One of the things, sir, that the district attorney had asked you about is the exhibits of I think it was the window in the bedroom. You said it was 20 feet drop to the ground?
Right.
Is that right? This is a photograph of the same one you already introduced, but I still know it. So this is the photograph of the house. You can identify that, right?
Yeah, that's the living room window.
Okay. And the window that you're talking about that's 20 feet up would be on the very top of that picture, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you identified this picture, you see that there's some kind of an orange ball. It appears to be an orange ball underneath the sill.
Yeah.
To the left. It appears to be red marks or red spots, like possibly blood above it.
Yep.
Can you tell the jurors what that little orange ball is?
Yeah, we had a woodpecker who would peck at the house and create holes. That's why I paired some of the other sections too. And I took some foam and filled the hole.
I'd offer that, Your Honor, just that.
All right, that may be admitted.
And that also, if I may, just the top picture, please also see where it looks like fingerprints or blood on the edge of the window on the second floor. You see that? That's from the house?
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm ready.
Yeah. Okay, I'm talking about the haunted thing right here. And then this is, I see on this top here. Okay, so you see on the top of this window here. Just one very good picture. Underneath the haunted thing, see it, but in the exhibit, you can see there's like blood drops or blood smears there.
Yeah, I
That's
see it.
the first floor window that's directly underneath the second floor window, right?
Right.
That offer reason.
Any objection? They may be admitted.
Thank you all for being here. Please hit like, subscribe if you haven't.
I'm all set. Thank you, sir.
Commonwealth, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
We are only 15 subs away from our goal for today of 17.7K.
That you sent to coworkers on January 24th, 2023 at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Yeah.
And you were asked about it coming from the Surface Pro, but your testimony was that it could have come from your iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you watched footage earlier of yourself going into the CVS in Kingston at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you had your phone with you, correct, because you used it? And we also saw you in the 3V footage using your phone as well, correct?
Right.
So you were clearly out of the house at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Sorry, what time did you say I was at CVS?
So you walked in at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you left the house. As you were leaving the house, Lindsay sent you the text about PDLX, correct?
I don't know if I had left the house yet, but yeah.
But that was sent at 5:15 p.m., correct?
Right.
And how far away is the Kingston CVS?
3 minutes.
Okay. And so you leave the house, you get into your car, and you drive to CVS, correct?
Correct.
And so that should have taken 3 minutes, correct?
Yep.
So after the text that was sent at 5:15 p.m., that would have been sometime around 5:18 or 5:20 p.m. that you should have arrived at CVS, correct?
Right.
But you don't go in until 5:32 p.m., correct?
I don't know.
We could
I don't know what time I pulled in the parking lot.
I'm not asking what time you pulled into the parking lot, but is it fair to say that the video that you were shown earlier shows you entering the store?
Damn, Snappy.
So from the time you should have been at the parking lot of CVS around 5.
She got all pissy, man.
You know, and she already speaks quickly, so with her being on that speed, she sounds crazy.
My God, have a Kit Kat bar, you know? For real. Or a whatchamacallit, something. Damn.
No, Kit Kat sounds
Snickers ain't helping. Snickers ain't helping that.
20 p.m. until 5:32 p.m. Could you have been in your car sending this email on your iPhone?
Yeah, I just don't know if I pulled into the parking lot at 5:20.
But sometime after the text was sent from Lindsay about Pedialex, but before 5:32 p.m., you were in your car.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you were asked about my questions to you about going to Boston, and my questions to you were about December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
Because your anniversary is December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Right.
So Dawson was taken to the doctors on December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And on December 3rd, did you have plans? Not that they were followed through, but did you have plans to go to Boston that day?
Yeah, so I can provide some clarification on that.
Sure.
So yeah, on Monday I was a little bit confused by it because we were home. But yeah, I think there was a plan prior to that, like an anniversary plan to go to Boston, but it was canceled.
Okay.
And the picture you showed was from September.
So the plans that you had to go to Boston, showing you here some text messages between yourself and Lindsay. And here, there's one here that says, the spa at the Omni is booked, but you're on the wait list. As a backup, I have you booked for massage at the nearby EvilleCJ for 90 minutes at 1:45. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Oh, the one he couldn't recall.
You later say we can get lunch and then head over. She responds, okay. And then you write that they'll let you use the gym and the pool while she's getting her massage. Is that correct?
Oh, you know what? Can we pause this for one moment, Rosie? I apologize. Do you know why he couldn't recall all this stuff?
Yeah, let me not say it. I'll let you say it.
Because he couldn't recall who he sent what to. Oh God, did I book the spa for my girlfriend or did I book the spa for my wife? I don't recall. Now it makes sense.
Yep.
I don't recall.
You talk about plans for lunch and dinner. And so there were the plans, they just fell through, right?
Yeah, we canceled them, yeah.
So it's not as if I made that up out of thin air. That's here in the text messages, correct?
Right, yeah. It was just confusing because we were home. But yeah, when I left.
Really? Is that why it was so confusing, man?
Is that from the wedding you went to?
But also,
Is that why?
Like, to be fair, he has said, I think twice, that that time frame is he has brain fog about that time frame. So, I mean, she's like, she's just pretty offended that she was made to look wrong.
Yeah.
Hey.
Brain fog. Because I'm not going to dig even deeper into it, but yeah, brain fog. No wonder he overblew the love for her, so nobody would really look this deep. He's a loving husband.
That may be admitted.
Now, in cross-examination, you said that Lindsay always took the medications exactly as instructed. But in direct, you said you weren't always with her every time she took the pills. Is that correct?
That's correct. But the understanding was that she took it as directed.
Because she told you she did?
Yeah.
And because you trusted her to do so?
Yeah.
Okay. But you can't sit here and say definitively that she took every pill exactly as instructed every single time because you didn't watch her every time, correct?
I was not standing next to her every time she took pills.
And you were asked about the Facebook search in August 23rd, 2022. And you were asked about being on the Surface Pro and looking up the country singer who had killed himself. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. So I think that what you said when you were asked by defense counsel about whether or not you accidentally went to this site.
It wasn't
suicide,
part of a testimony. This is our opinion. It's timeline, common sense, him admitting he checked out emotionally in August and September. I mean, there's so many things that line up. There's one thing in true crime: coincidences don't happen. And it's just I don't know, it's my opinion. Rosie speaks for herself, we all speak for ourselves, but it's just what I feel right now. Definitely, if you all are just joining, make sure you check out the beginning from the intro and on. We are doing the full testimony breakdown of Patrick Clancy. This was from day 1, day 2. Now, we heard all these things day 1, day 2. Then, after covering the trial for 13 days, hearing the different testimonies from the medical professionals, the police officers, everybody involved in this case, we needed to come back and listen to day 1, day 2 of the whole husband's testimony, because as each day has gone on, I know a lot of us have started to ask more questions and more questions. Now, am I at the rabbit hole conspiracy where he actually did something and planned it? No, not at all. My opinion is that he was mentally, emotionally checked out from Lindsay in the fall between August and September, which led him to somebody else's arms in November. We got plenty of trial, plenty of testimony to happen, and who knows, maybe, who knows what's going to come out. But, just putting 2 and 2 together, again, coincidences don't happen in crime. That's what it smells like. But it's just our opinion, allegedly. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not. Again, we do have 2 trials going on Monday. You can join us for Massachusetts versus Lindsay Clancy at Monday at 8 o'clock Eastern time. And then also we're going to be having another trial going on Monday at 12 p.m. Eastern, Las Vegas versus Keefe D. Davis for the 1996 murder of Tupac Shakur. We'll have 2 trials going on. And also a special shout out to Rosie Overtime. Thank you so much for today's production, the work, the effort, and putting it all together for us so we could do this today. Thank you all.
You're very welcome.
Might have happened. You're not sure, correct?
It's so subtle that I don't remember specifically, but I do remember listening to Tom T. Hall.
How often did you listen to him?
It was like for a week.
Okay. And so were you aware that on 8/23, August 23rd, 2022, at 9:40 a.m., someone signed into Lindsay's Facebook account on the Surface Pro?
No.
And then at 9:43 p.m. is when the Tom Hall site was accessed. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And at 9:45 a.m. is when a person not just hit a link by accident, but actually had to click on a link to go to suicide methods. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Is there any reason why you would have been going in and logging on to Lindsay's Facebook account while going on Wikipedia and looking at suicide methods all in that same 5 minutes?
I didn't log into Lindsay's Facebook ever. It's very possible that I looked at Tom Hall's Wikipedia page, but
At some point?
yeah.
Do you remember spending 3 minutes on the Methods of Suicide site, scrolling through and reading the Methods of Suicide site for 3 minutes?
No, I don't remember something I did for 3 minutes almost 4 years ago.
Do you remember being on that site, the Methods of Suicide, and clicking on a link to a bridge in Australia that people use to commit suicide?
Yeah.
No. So in this 5 minutes or so where someone's using the Surface Pro, using Lindsay's Facebook while doing that, and then clicking on these links you don't remember, you think it might have been you?
I have no idea.
Now, you talked about Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital. You said that it was a locked ward, she had to stay there. Is that correct?
Correct.
But it was a voluntary commitment, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You didn't file any legal paperwork to have her committed, correct?
Correct.
There was no court order making her stay there, correct?
Correct.
So if she wanted to leave and expressed to the doctors that she wanted to leave, and they didn't believe she was a danger to herself or others, she could leave, correct?
To be honest, I don't know.
Okay. Now, you stated on direct examination that you visited her 2 times during the time that she was there at McLean, right?
At least twice, yeah.
And you said those were in the evening hours, is that correct?
Yeah, afternoon, evening.
Afternoon and evening. So you weren't there during the morning and early afternoon hours when they were offering these group therapies and when she was meeting with other practitioners.
I wasn't there in the morning.
And were you there during the when the staff was checking on her every 15 minutes?
No, but she did tell me about that.
Okay. And were you aware that she was evaluated several times, and at first she had to stay on the unit, but then eventually, based on what she was telling them, she was allowed to go on the grounds with staff?
I was aware that she went on at least one walk.
Okay. And so people were seeing her and interacting with her and changing the way her stay went at McLean Hospital throughout her stay.
Yeah.
And you talked about Dr. Goodhart recommending medications. What was the medication that you said that she recommended?
I thought it was Cymbalta, but I think she ended up taking amitriptyline.
So looking here at the CVS records that you provided, we see, I'm sorry.
I know time flies, don't it, Lindsay? Be a host, and 8 hours will go by like nothing.
50 milligrams. So you thought that Dr. Goodhart had this recommended medication when there was actually a prescription that was given by Dr. Goodhart, correct?
Right, but I believe, so there's another one as well, lorazepam. I believe those were prescribed while she was staying there.
And so they were filled at CVS and sent to McLean?
Possibly. I remember there was an issue where she didn't have her medications when she went to McLean, so she needed them to be brought there.
She was discharged on January 5th, correct?
Right.
Are you aware that this document from CVS says that the prescription for trazodone 50 milligrams prescribed by Dr. Leah Goodhart was filled on January 5th, 2023?
Right.
Okay. And then the other prescription by Dr. Goodhart, the lorazepam, was also 1 milligram lorazepam, was also filled on January 5th, 2023, correct?
Yeah.
So that's when she was discharged, not while she was staying there, correct?
Right, that's correct.
So Dr. Goodhart did in fact prescribe medication for Lindsay, trazodone and Ativan, and not Cymbalta, correct?
She recommended Cymbalta, but she wasn't the one who prescribed that.
In fact, no one prescribed that, correct?
Because it ended up switching to amitriptyline.
And the amitriptyline was prescribed by Dr. Jennifer Tufts, correct?
Right.
And Dr. Tufts prescribed 5 milligrams of diazepam on January 9th, 2023, correct?
Right.
And amitriptyline on January 16th. It was 10 milligrams of amitriptyline. And that was prescribed when Lindsay said she was having some issues with depression, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So she went to McLean Hospital and she was weaned off the Seroquel, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And all the medications that she had taken prior to going to McLean, she was no longer on. Those were gone, correct? Once she had been in McLean.
I don't know if it was, I'm not sure. I don't know if it was all of them.
Well, did you have conversations with your wife about what she was taking? I mean, were you aware that she was only on only prescribed trazodone and Ativan when she left McLean, and then amitriptyline was only added on the 16th? So just those 3 medications?
Yeah, but I thought she was taking trazodone before McLean.
Right. So she had been prescribed it before and stopped taking it, correct?
I don't remember. I'd have to look back on records.
So you're not sure about what she was taking and when, are you?
Not the exact dates, but I remember she was taking trazodone, and I thought she was taking it before McLean.
So the best resource of what she was prescribed and when would most likely be the doctors and the CVS records then, correct?
The CVS records is a good resource.
And you talked about the pills and how these were pills that she was no longer on. So it wasn't really a good representation of what she had taken, correct?
Correct.
But she was only prescribed Zoloft once, right? At the very beginning?
Right.
And she only took 7 of those pills, correct?
Right.
So it wasn't as if she was prescribed a higher dose or a different dose of Zoloft and was still taking that. And so that 7 pills misrepresents the Zoloft she took, right?
I believe she switched because, or she stopped because she was switched to Prozac.
Okay. And then even going forward, the Prozac, there weren't many pills taken out of that either, correct?
Yeah, eventually she stopped that as well.
Okay. So she'd take a few pills, she'd have some side effects, they'd switch the medication, correct?
Yes.
And so they were trying to figure out what would work for her, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then she ends up at McLean because she she's having difficulties, according to her, with the Seroquel, correct?
That was part of it, yeah.
And they wean her off of that, right?
Yep.
And then after McLean, she's only on the trazodone, the Ativan, and then on the 16th, adding in the amitriptyline, correct?
Right.
You mentioned that you went to New York in November of 2022. Defense counsel said that was a month before the children were killed, but that's actually 2 months before they were killed, correct?
It was, it was about a little more than 2 months.
And she hadn't been on the Seroquel yet, right?
I don't know exactly when she started the Seroquel.
Would December sound right?
Yeah, or end of November, yeah.
And so when you took your trip to New York, she was having some issues, but she was doing okay, wasn't she?
She was doing much better than she was in December.
Okay. And did you also take another trip with Cora in November?
Yeah, so I did the trip to New York, and as soon as I got back, went to bed, and then the next morning left with Cora.
And was that November 4th through the 7th to San Francisco?
Yeah.
And who was taking care of Dawson and Callan while you were in San Francisco with Cora?
Lindsay.
And so during your trip to New York, and then immediately after your trip to San Francisco with Cora, were there any issues or any problems, or did anything happen while Lindsay was caring for those kids?
Nothing bad happened. She was, I would say her anxiety and depression was starting to tick up, but yeah, obviously nothing bad happened.
Okay. And it's your testimony that things started to get worse in December. Is that correct?
Correct.
But it was also your testimony that after the stay at McLean, things got better, wasn't it? And she steadily progressed throughout January, getting better, right?
Definitely, yeah.
And on January 24th, 2023, you testified that that was one of her best days.
Yeah.
You were asked about the Apple Watch. The police didn't collect the Apple Watch, right? They did collect her phone, correct? You identified it earlier, right?
Correct, yeah.
And her Apple Watch was linked to her phone, was it not?
It probably was, yeah.
You were also asked about the drop from the second floor window.
Mm-hmm.
Were you aware that the measurement from the windowsill to the ground was actually 12 feet?
I've never measured it, but yeah, I believe what you're saying.
And looking for one of the exhibits from defense counsel. It's the, yes. Exhibit 84. This was the packet here that defense counsel is going through with you, where you said this is Lindsay writing Callan's schedule. Is that right?
Right.
But this was also Lindsay sending notes back and forth between herself and Elaine. Is that correct?
Possibly.
There's different writing here, correct? You want to look at it?
Yeah.
For example, this first page after the cover, we have writing here that you said was Lindsay's, correct?
It looks like it, yeah.
And then down here, there's a note that's in different handwriting, correct?
Yeah, I would say so.
So were you aware that Lindsay was using this notebook to communicate back and forth with the nanny about Callan's care?
She had different notebooks. She always had a notebook that she would leave for the babysitter, or for me.
And so, for example, on Tuesday, September 4th, she wrote, last fed at 6 a.m. Give him a bottle whenever he wakes up. He likes it very warm. Been resisting the bottle. If he won't drink it, after 45 minutes of trying, please text me to let me know. Put down for next nap 1 hour after he wakes. Try to put down drowsy but awake. But if he cries, pick him up and rock, bounce, or hold him until sleep, then put down. He usually sleeps 45 minutes, but let him sleep as long as he wants. These are very detailed notes that Lindsay is sending to the nanny, correct?
Yeah.
And then she also wrote, if you have time, wash and cut up veggies, sweet potatoes, 1-inch cubes peeled, broccoli, small pieces, peppers, 1-inch pieces, plastic Ziploc bags to put them in. Next bottle 2.5 hours after the first bottle, correct?
I believe what you're reading, yeah.
So very particular about what she wanted the nanny to do, how she wanted her to do it, and when to feed Callan, when to put him down for a nap, all of those things. Very particular, correct?
Sounds like it, yeah.
Again, Thursday, September 29th, 2022. Callan last fed at 8:45. Please put him down for a nap at 9:35. You will be home from gymnastics at 11:45. Clean clothes and dryer if you get to it. So again, very specific times for putting him down and when to get up and asking her to do additional work like laundry and things like that, correct?
Yeah.
Again, October 6th. ate at 8:15, fell asleep at 8:40, changing tables now in the bathroom. If he wakes before 9:40, give him 15 minutes to settle himself back to sleep. I'm hoping he will sleep till 10:15. If he is still asleep at 10:40, wake him. Feeding at 11 a.m. First try bottle. If he doesn't take it after 15 minutes, make oatmeal. 2 tablespoons of oatmeal. Make thin with breast milk and heat for 5 to 10 seconds. Get very specific directions on what she wants done and how she wants Colin cared for, correct?
Yeah.
And throughout this notebook, it's more of the same, correct? Or have you even seen that?
I haven't seen it. Yeah.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
So which nanny was that?
That would have been Elaine Rossi.
And Elaine Rossi, how long was she the nanny for you guys?
A month or two. Yeah, probably 2 months.
And then she just needed more hours and moved on, and Lindsay was home, so.
Yeah, I think she preferred more hours. We couldn't really give it to her, and Lindsay was home anyway, so.
Okay. And as far as the records are concerned, it's fair to say that Lindsay, as a concerned mother, would give instructions to people that would be taking care of her infant?
Yeah, I would have done the same.
A lot of discussion about these prescriptions and scripts from the different doctors, and one of the things you referenced was that you believe that she was on trazodone. And if I suggest to you that there was a doctor, Izad Parayarara, Kavon, on November 16th of 22 that prescribed 50 milligrams of trazodone while she was on buspirone and fluoxetine. Does that refresh your memory that in November she was prescribed 50 grams of trazodone?
Yeah, I remember trazodone being like a part of the medication plan for a while.
And one of the things that you did, as we talked about, is you went to CVS and you got a list of all of those, right?
Right.
And if I suggest to you, sir, that this is just an easy reference with different colors for different doctors of exactly what the CVS provided, does that appear to be fair and accurate of the scripts that we provided?
Yeah.
Can I see which one that is, please? No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Thank you. Counsel, could I see you?
Whew. Well, we got it in 6 hours. That's not bad. I expected 6 to 7 hours.
Yeah, that was a lot, though. We did it.
Yeah, that was yeah, that definitely was a lot. But we needed to do it.
Yeah, we did, and I have some different thoughts. I have to say that I didn't think I was gonna think. If that makes
Oh,
sense.
really?
Yeah. I mean, I was kind of thinking that people who were alleging that the trips were to do with another woman, I was thinking that was like a premature thing to assume. And when he was talking about the trips, and then when the defense attorney was like, where, or prosecutor, whoever asked him was like, where did you go? I was like, oh my goodness, imagine if he said New York. There's so many places he could have gone, it wouldn't be. And then he was like, New York, and I was like, oh. Oh.
There's no coincidences, you know?
Yeah.
There really isn't. Thank you again, Rosie, for all the hard work, the prep, everything that you did for the production today. Really appreciate it. So go show Rosie some love. Sub up to her if you're not. Also hit the like and subscribe here. We're almost to our goal. Let me do a refresh real quick. We are 11 subs away from hitting that goal for today. So if you're even on replay, do us a favor, hit the sub if you haven't yet. Also, again, we're going to be having 2 trials coming to you on Monday. Monday morning at 8 a.m. Eastern, we're going to be covering the Lindsay Clancy trial all day, and then also around noon, 11 a.m. Eastern, somewhere around there. Notifications will be put out this weekend some point, but somewhere around there, 11 a.m., noon Eastern on Monday. We'll be starting up day 1 of Las Vegas versus Keefe D. Davis, the 1996 murder of Tupac Shakur. So we're going to be having 2 of those. Make sure you come say hi to both of us. And thank you all for joining the show today. Let us know what you guys think, even after the show's done. Come back, leave a comment in the comment section. Let us know what you think about this whole breakdown and what your opinion is. Also, sometime next week, I'm not sure what night it's going to be. It's going to be during the night, though. I'm going to be doing a show where it's just going to be nothing but live calls from you guys. You let me know. Call in and let us know what your thoughts are on any of this stuff when it comes to the trial. So thank you again for being here. If you're just joining the show or you're new to the show, thanks for checking it out and giving us a chance. Everybody, make sure you hit that bell so you get notified every time we do go live or drop any kind of video content. Also, we have a lot of boots on the ground footage from our investigations from all these different cases. Check it out. Some are some public. Just go to the video tab and you can see whatever, or just type in EvilleCJ boots on the ground. And we will see you on the next one. I'm going to be having an Idaho 4 show talking about BK, new trial, all this other stuff that's coming out. And we're going to be having a special guest join us for that Idaho 4 show. You'll find out. And that'll either be tonight or tomorrow night, somewhere around there. And then we're going to be having a Micah Miller show coming to you guys on Sunday. So we got a whole bunch of stuff packed up, ready to go all weekend into the next week of trials. So make sure you come hang out, say hi. And in the meantime, thanks again for spending your day with us. I hope you guys have a peaceful and positive Friday. And if we don't see you back here tonight, we will definitely see you back here tomorrow. Thank you again. Appreciate you. We'll see you on the next one.
This is the EvilleCJ Media and Investigations Network, the realest reporting of all media sources. Like, comment, subscribe, and share this out to your socials and friends.